things at the right place now.
Good evening. It's Thursday, October 9th, 2025. It's 6 p.m. This is the Plan Commission of the City of Franklin. Mr. Martinez, would you please take the roll?
Mayor Nelson,
Here.
Commissioner Specht is excused. Commissioner Shogo.
Here.
Commissioner Haley.
Here.
Alderman Salus.
Here.
Alderwoman Day.
Here.
Commissioner Leon.
Here. Excellent. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item B, approval of the minutes, approval of the regular meeting of September 18th, 2025. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all is in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Okay, going to item C, public hearing and business matters. So for those that are all here, so we've got 3 items on the agenda for public hearings. The first one is the Franklin High School event, which I will read. Then we'll open up for a public hearing on that. If you wish to speak on that item alone, then we'll close the public hearing, we'll have discussion, and it'll go from there. Same thing, so I know there's 3 items, so if you're here for Bear Development or POS General, those are only to be discussed at that hearing event. And then after that, on business matters under E as in Edward, you only speak on those items moving forward. So, we have to have some sort of structure. We have a full house, we've got a full agenda, and we're trying to move things as swiftly as we can to move them forward and appreciate and respect the process in which we are obligated to follow. So,
Mayor, before we get started, can we just point out there's at least 1 seat up front for those standing in the back?
There's one over here in the corner too.
Yep, so there are a couple of seats available if you want to sit. Okay,
okay. Wonderful, man.
try.
So, item C1, Mr. Martinez, you want me to read it, or you want to read this one? It's lengthy.
Franklin High School Natural Resource Special Exception. It's a natural resource special exception in RSC for proposed impacts to and disturbance of approximately 0.27 acres of wetlands, 0.66 acres of wetland buffer, 0.55 acres of wetland setback, and 6.74 acres of woodland to allow for the construction of a building addition, a concession building, parking lot, and drive additions, tennis courts, and soccer field at Franklin High School located at 8222 South 51st Street. The Plan Commission may enter closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statutes, Section 1985(1)G, to confer with legal counsel for the Plan Commission, who is rendering advice concerning a strategy to be adopted by the body with respect to litigation upon the natural resource special exception for the Franklin High School approval, in which the city is likely to become involved, and to re-enter open session at the same place thereafter to act on such matters discussed therein as it deems appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Now, we've got members of the school here. You guys, were you looking to do a presentation or anything tonight on this? Or that was just pause? Okay. All right. So, at this point, we will, Regular, if you want to read the notice, please.
Notice of public hearing, City of Franklin Plan Commission. Meeting details. Thursday, October 9, 2025 at 6 p.m. at the Common Council Chambers of Franklin City Hall, 9229 West Loomis Road, Franklin, Wisconsin, 53132. Applicant Andrew Cromie, Franklin Public Schools, subject property located at 8222 South 51st Street, Institutional District and Floodplain Overlay District. Proposal is the requested special exception to natural resource feature provision is for the purpose of impacting wetland wetland buffer, wetland setback, and woodlands. The applicant proposes disturbance of approximately 0.27 acres of wetland, 0.66 acres of wetland buffer, 0.55 acres of wetland setback, and 6.74 acres of woodlands to allow for the construction of a building addition and site improvements at Franklin High School. The public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirements of Section 5908 Natural Resource Special Exception of the City of Franklin Unified Development Ordinance. A map showing the property affected for legal description and application are available for review and may be obtained from the City Council by way of the request to the Department of City Development. The public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input.
Okay, so as we've done these in the past, we have the rules of decorum that I read verbatim at common council meetings, that it would be same way. They're laminated and attached to the podium right there. I will be the timekeeper, 3 minutes. We also ask if you're going to speak, you see somebody at the podium, want to speak next, go in behind them. I like to, hopefully we're not going to form a line, but if we do, we do, so we can move this along. And then once it's closed, we'll have discussion, and we will go from there. And if there are questions or concerns, staff can take them down, as they've done in the past. So with that said, it's 6:06 PM. I'll now open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item and this item alone, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record. I'll be the official timekeeper. Good evening. Is that on? If bring it forward a little more to you, ma'am, please.
I'm actually speaking of those tracks at 13 South 46. But wants to put down State Park. I'm respectfully asking prior to wooded buffer, you voted on plan presented this body by Alderman Cruz under the natural resource that amendment should remain in place despite the conservation. The school has stated that they want to use for a practice field and a laydown during construction. The fee for self-imposed practice field not was never voted on by the. When asked, the school was unable to propose reasonable alternatives for locating practice field, which shows a lack of balance their goals with the preservation of the natural resources. As for the laydown site, many of the superintendent's explanations in writing why it cannot be off-site are financial in nature. Financial reasons are not valid under the NRSE to permanently remove protected land. Over and over again, members of the value of the land, wetlands, and serving that from by maintaining the buffer, allow the school to move forward with its reclamation while still greater of this irreplaceable path. The path forward strikes the right balance of citizens with Franklin actually voted protects more of the original wetlands. It helps mitigate concerns and most importantly, I think it's appropriate to quote from Jane Goodall here today of he once said, change happens by listening and starting the dialogue. Right. What you do makes a difference. You have to decide what kind of difference finally, we have the choice, the difference, our life. Or not by. I urge you to make a difference that protects.
3 minutes, and we're gonna have to have a hard stop at 3 for everybody, just so you know. Hard stop at 3.
Thank you.
Let her finish.
Oh, excuse me. So here's how we're gonna do this again, all right? So we're gonna have a 3-minute deal, all right? If you wanna finish your thought, that's fine, but this has to keep moving. Good evening, welcome.
Billy Prochnow, 8229 South 47th Street. You just have to get really close.
It's wonderful.
I just wanted to say I voted for the referendum. I won't make that mistake again. I've had countless people tell me that they always vote no because the district continually tries to change things or sneak other things in. This was the first referendum that I lived in Franklin for, so that was kind of eye-opening to me. It saddens me that even though I want what's best for the children in Franklin, I can't trust the district to do the right thing. Dr. Bennon, Mr. Cromie, and the school board have been unresponsive to emails and have avoided answering questions, often providing unclear rationale or non-answers. They still have not adequately explained why public access is needed behind the school or why the front entrance cannot be reconfigured to function like the middle schools. The district continues to claim this plan is what's best for students, but they're ignoring the safety of the students who live on 47th Street. They're ignoring the importance of teaching our kids that nature has value and that promises should be kept. Apparently, that's worth giving up for an extra playing field. Most importantly, they are modeling to our students that if you don't get your way, you can keep bullying until you do. And if that fails, you can file a lawsuit. Instead of respecting the rulings of city government, the district is willing to spend taxpayer money to push its own agenda. In today's world, sadly, this doesn't surprise me, but it does deeply sadden me that I've lost all trust in the district where my own children go to school. I want to thank the Planning Commission for trying to stand up to the bullies, particularly Alderwoman Day and Alderman Salus, who have also had to deal with them at city council meetings. It really didn't have to be like this. We wanted to sit down and figure out a way for everyone to get what they needed, but the district was not interested in compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am, welcome.
I'm Kay Simonson. I live at 8283 South 47th Street. I talk softly, but I carry a big stick. I agree with what Nicole Slack wrote, and it was read by Denise. And I also agree with Billy on everything that she has said. I thank you, Planning Commission, for once more having a hearing session regarding the school district referendum plans. I want you to know I highly respect and accept your previous wise decisions as you attempted to find a common ground to satisfy everyone. I hope you will not be pressured into changing your previous decisions. My question is this: has the Planning Commission ever given any individual or group this many opportunities to come back and ask you to rescind your former decisions just because they didn't accept the first one? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Go clap. Good evening, sir.
Hi, good evening. My name's Tom Weed, 7904 West Winston Way, Franklin. I sent an email a couple hours ago to the school board and copied the Common Council. And I've got copies for the rest of you on the Plan Commission if you'd like. I'll just read it. Good afternoon, Franklin School Board, CC Common Council. I'm writing to express my deep frustration with the school board regarding the pending litigation against the city of Franklin. I find this to be an egregious and unnecessary approach to address issues that should have been identified and discussed before the referendum, allowing Franklin residents the opportunity to consider them openly and vote with full understanding. In my view, the school board either knowingly understood that a special exemption and road access on Highview Drive would be required, or failed to perform proper due diligence to determine these requirements in advance. Either scenario reflects poorly, particularly given that the city has already endowed the school district with more than $100 million in capital funding. While I appreciate the considerable effort that went into developing a comprehensive plan, I find the remarks by some board members suggesting that exemptions should be granted simply because a lot of work has already been done to be an inadequate justification for approval. I also want to express concern about the superintendent's conduct in past Common Council meetings, which has at times appeared ungrateful and at times disrespectful, not only toward nearby residents directly impacted by construction, but also toward the broader community that is funding this ambitious project. A measure of gratitude and humility would have gone a long way in building trust and goodwill. I sincerely hope the school board will work collaboratively with the Plan Commission and Common Council to resolve this matter without resorting to further legal action. Respectfully, Tom Weed.
Thank you, sir. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Jennifer Metzger, 7977 South 47th Street. Once again, thank you all for taking your time. It looks like it's going to be a full house and a busy meeting. I think, again, this comes down to cart before the horse, right? So the school district has this plan, but it wasn't approved. Why wasn't it approved first? Now there's been an approval, which I think had a good, strong compromise. The neighbors felt very good about Alderman Salou's compromise and everybody discussing the 150 feet. Once again, we're back with special circumstances because it is the school district. So as a taxpayer, it frustrates me and angers me because this council has made a decision. And once again, Sour Grapes didn't like the decision. So we're going to sue you. We're going to ask for another meeting, another time, another meeting. So just to reiterate what Kaya said, why does one special situation get so many chances? And I would encourage you to stick with the decision you've already come to, which was a good compromise. And if I remember right at the last meeting, this committee wanted the school district to come up with a compromise with the 150 feet. I don't see that that happened. So I would just wonder why that wasn't even discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Evening. Welcome.
Brenda Peterson, 8255 South 47th Street. I am here once again asking the Planning Commission to pause any decisions, discussions, and votes which could approve Agenda Topic C1 Franklin High School Natural Resource Special Exception. As a homeowner with property adjacent to the school and a taxpayer who is extremely disappointed with how the school is handling every aspect of their planning addition, I want to ask you all to thoroughly review the City of Franklin's comprehensive plan, UDO, and the city's vision to enhance the quality of life for the present and future generations. The comprehensive plan guides the city on development with the intent to aid and assist in zoning and land decisions. I keep hearing the UDO reference. This is not the only factor of the Planning Commission's decisions. I want to sincerely thank Alderwoman Day, Alderman Sluice, Commissioner Haley, and then Alderman Craig, also on the Common Council, for their continued efforts to hold the school accountable for their improper planning. All throughout Chapter 3 of the Comprehensive Plan, I've read the importance of natural resource preservation, including natural buffer and wetland importance. It even states under objectives, discourage incompatible development and alterations of wetlands and woodland areas so as to preserve the integrity of these resources and promote the ecological value of their assets, minimizing adverse impacts upon adjacent properties. The plan the school is proposing is not in line with the city's comprehensive plan. The school on multiple occasions has misled, omitted key information, and has not been transparent despite Dr. Bennon saying she is. It is clear the intent was to have their plans approved quickly and avoiding review of potential environmental hazards, like causing flooding, damages to our lawns, like happened the last time, abatement of air and noise pollution, disregard for our neighborhood safety. Sadly, the developer, not from our city or our county, is either unable or unwilling to adjust the plans that we see here tonight changing them to potentially allow for both an enhanced school property and also allowing a natural buffer between residents and commercial property, which does not have to be the minimum amount. Interesting fact, the district last night said third Friday numbers showed a decrease of 150 students in K4. We were told there was a population study and that this construction wouldn't even meet school population needs within the next 5 to 10 years. I urge the commission to table the decision pending the litigation which has been filed by the school and the district. Do not approve any plans from the school which have not had appropriate revisions that address community concerns which are in line with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Golf clap. Good evening.
Diane Kachkowski, 10623 Beacon Hill Court West. I am frankly offended by the fact that it has gotten this far. I have been at every meeting since July, and not once have I seen any school board member be disrespectful. They've listened, they've compromised, they went from their original 30 feet to 60 feet, they shrunk their field. They've done all the compromising, and others have not. The Highview Drive is a necessity for all of our students, including my son and people here too. They have kids. It's important. Emergency access is important to the schools. And taking it any further, like having to go to court, is costing me and everybody else money. But I'm in support of them going to court if you guys can't come to a compromise. That's it.
Thank you.
Linda Ham, 6860 West Brown Drive in Franklin. I'm a resident and I also work at the high school. We have to bus our students to play tennis. We have to pay rent to a different city for our students to play tennis. We need this space. I feel bad for these people, I honestly do. But when you buy property, buy a school, it's buyer beware. You have to understand that something is going to happen at the school. I looked at a house right behind the football field, and that's the reason I didn't buy it, was it's behind a school. And as far as criticizing Dr. Benning and calling her a bully, I work in the high school. I've met her several times. Just because her demeanor is quieter and maybe she's not comfortable talking to all you people right away, doesn't mean she's a bully, doesn't mean she's a bad person. But we need this for our students. I voted yes for the referendum. I am one of your constituents. I expect you to fight 50-50 for this, not just for these people. You need to fight for the people that live in your area that voted yes. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Evening. Judith Williams Kalaki, 4901 West Forest Hill Avenue. I am here in my individual capacity. First of all, just in response to that comment, people did buy the land near the school, but for those who aren't aware, there was a conservation easement for many of them when they bought it, and they thought that was going to protect them. My understanding is we are here tonight to talk about whether or not a special exception is going to be granted to the natural resource provisions that exist in the city. And on page 9 of the document that is publicly available with the agenda, it talks about standard findings and decisions that would support that exception. And frankly, I'm not sure who drafted that, but I think that what needs to be considered is that simply because the school answered questions does not mean that they have met the basis for an exception. They still have to establish that they meet that exception, and you still must evaluate if the school's answers establish a basis for the exception. And I don't think that's the case here. So I'm just going to identify a few reasons why. First of all, they indicate that it's not self-imposed, or somebody indicated it's not self-imposed, and it's in the public interest. To be clear, nobody voted for the practice field. It was not on the referendum. If you look at the DNR application, from what I can tell, the practice field isn't even referenced. In terms of the stub of the road being in existence, yes, there is a stub there. I'm not sure if anybody's gone by it, but it's very narrow. It's not going to support people parked on the side of it and people going by it. And clearly was not put in with the intent that there would be access to tennis courts. And also, in the document that was attached to the agenda, in addressing the effect on the neighbors, there is no reference whatsoever to the traffic that will be created in this area. And that is an important consideration when determining how a permit or an exception here would affect the neighboring properties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. All clear. Okay, seeing no one else. Almost Dana. Oh, I thought I couldn't
figured there'd be other
Campbell
people.
pick it up.
Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm here to speak on the natural resources special exception. Removing 7 acres of mature woodlands that include sugar maple, oak, hickory, black cherry, and other protected flowers. And then the school is adding some of those back, but also adding some trees that are considered invasive species by the Franklin ordinance, including box elder and cottonwoods, which I believe is located in the noxious ordinance in the Franklin. Another concern I want to bring up is Alderwoman Day, and I believe Alderman Salus brought up that the question about the width of the conservation easement, if it's consistent along all residential properties, regarding reducing it from 150 feet. All citizens should have the same protection from potential adverse impacts, including noise, lights, or other adverse impacts in traffic. A conservation easement is meant to protect natural resources and the surrounding neighborhoods. This requires mitigation for any meaningful and removal of change of natural resources. I support having a 150-foot conservation easement, and I want to make sure that each neighbor has the same distance from the adverse impacts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ginn. Golf clap. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Mike Sprague, President, Franklin Board of Education, 8255 Forest Hill. On behalf of the school board, our 600 employees and 4,700 students, I urge you to move forward with the 60-foot wetland buffer approved by the Common Council. Let's take a step to move Franklin forward. Thank you.
Mr. Barthel, good evening.
Hello. Bob Barthel, 8295 South 47th Street. I just have one thing. I think I've been to every single Common Council meeting and every Planning Commission meeting since this issue came about. And I have never said that I'm against having the tennis courts. I've never said I don't want tennis courts. And I don't recall anyone else saying that either. We're being pitted against tennis people as if we don't want tennis or tennis courts. And it's just not true. We have no problem with the tennis courts. It's the buffer and Highview Drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barthel. Okay, anyone else wishing to speak?
Tammy Schumacher-Monfrey, 4710 West Forest Hill Avenue. I have been involved in some of the meetings, coming and listening to your comments. I echo some of the comments about the ambiguity that's been coming through. In June, you made comments about the access to the sites. You have a 14-foot retaining wall. The last time I looked, an average ranch house is 10 to 15 feet. The last time a 16-year-old tried to think about a retaining wall, they're going to be jumping off. You tell me that you can't expand some of the areas because the emergency vehicles can't go through. They can't pass through some of the areas that you've developed. If you can't make the corner, then you're putting too big of a property. You should be going back and redesigning your area. I own property in Franklin, and in that property, I can't build a skyscraper. I tell my teenagers, right? They want to put a king-size bed in a room. It needs to fit what's in the area. I request that you kindly consider your plan and move forward with that. I voted yes for this plan because I value Franklin, I value the children, but please, let's work together to come to a common ground. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no one else, close the public hearing. And I guess, Mr. Fuchs, you've got this. And I'm slowly talking to you so you can prepare for my question. Because I had a number of people reach out to me asking me why this is on this agenda tonight. Could you please give a short reason as to why this is back here tonight?
The applicant is making the request to have the city consider amendment to the previous approval that was granted on August 21st, which included the 150-foot provision for the buffer. So they are asking for that, for this item to come forward again. And that is following the Common Council approval of the conservation easement amendment that reflected the 60-foot average that they're now looking for the NRC approval to also reflect that and be consistent with it.
Could you pull that closer to you? I know we just got them fixed yesterday, so they should be. Okay, why don't we do this one? Mr. City Attorney?
Pursuant to the agenda, the recommendation is to enter closed session. A lawsuit has been filed on this subject matter and is pending. That's pursuant to the Wisconsin statute cited on the agenda.
Okay, and for everyone that's here, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this come up in a session like this in my 8.5 years as an elected for the city. So that's why this is very unique. So I'm going to be leaning on council a little more tonight to give some guidance, and then we'll be reactionary up here as to how we move forward. So council, is what you're saying is right now you're looking for a motion to go into closed session?
That's correct.
Okay.
To confer with legal counsel for the Plan Commission, who is rendering advice with regard to the subject litigation on the natural resource special exception.
Okay, before we ask for the motion, Mr. Leon?
Thank you, Mayor. And we will need to call the roll because I will be opposed to going into closed session. Although the conversation may be difficult in this room, and I support the proposal, I think it's important to have it on the record publicly. So I understand your position, Mr. City Attorney, but I do believe that this should remain in open session. Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney?
The real world rationale behind that long-standing statute is that whatever debate may occur by commission members ends up being evidence against the city of Franklin in the litigation used by the other party.
Mr. Leon, rebuttal.
Yeah, I didn't say I wanted to make your job easier, Mr. City Attorney. I said I'd rather deal with the difficulties of that to have it in open session. But I do understand your perspective. All I'm saying is call the roll on this because I'm going to vote nay.
Mr. City Attorney?
It's got nothing to do with making my job easier. It's trying to do the right thing.
And I believe this is the right thing. Thank you.
So, okay, so we don't have a motion yet. I'm going to call for a motion in a minute. But I expressed and this is the first time I've heard your opinion tonight. I expressed the exact same thing to the city attorney as far as my view of keeping it open regardless of what opposing counsel, and I already greeted him here tonight, the gentleman, they're here. It's not like we're trying a murder case. This is the information's in front of us. The information's in front of everybody. So I'll leave it like that. So with that said, is there a motion to go into closed session? Going once? Twice? There is no motion to go into closed session. Is there a motion to keep this discussion in open session tonight?
So moved.
I'm going to do it anyway. First and a second, roll call, please.
Commissioner Shoggle.
Aye.
Commissioner Haley.
Aye.
Alderman Salus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Okay, 5
For-
ayes.
for-
What?
For the record, who moved, who second?
I moved. Alderwoman Day seconded.
Thank you.
5 ayes, no nos, 1 absent. Motion carries. So going into this right now, Mr. Fuchs, you've got the floor unless you want to yield to questions.
I mean, I can answer any questions. I know the applicant is here and would like to present or state their, I guess, to your question, reason of making this request.
Sure. Mr. Cromie or Doctor? One of both? Uh-oh. We will get you. There's another chair right behind you that's being unused by Judy Mills. Good evening and welcome. If you just state your name and business address for the record, please.
Henry Bennett, 8255 West Forest Hill Avenue.
Andrew Cromie, 8255 West Forest Hill.
That should be better. Okay. Good evening.
Howdy.
And if you would like to start the discussion, or you want, this is not the norm, so we're not a fish out of water, but this is not the norm. So if you'd like to start speaking, and then we can have questions from the commissioners up here before we go.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll just take a minute. Appreciate the time this evening and obviously the continued conversations. I know that causes a variety of emotion, but we're here really to represent a successful referendum, what we feel is needed for the school district. In looking at the complete site where Franklin High School is, that is what's led us to the development, as you're seeing on the screen. Despite what we're hearing, this has changed over time and has changed after meeting with the neighbors 3 times, twice ahead of coming to the city to try to be proactive. 3rd time upon the city plan commission's request, tabling it for us to go back and meet again. We came back with the average 60 feet, maintaining tree line that exists currently.
Do you want a pointer?
No, I'm pretty sure everybody's pretty aware of what we're talking about at this point. So we're here just asking simply that the plan commission take action on what common council, your elected alder people, successfully looked at on September 2nd and accepting what you're seeing on the screen with the average 60-foot setback.
Okay, why don't we then start with some questions from the commissioners? So it'll be Alderwoman Day.
I just have a point of order for the proceeding tonight, since it is a little bit different than the norm. Do we need to have a formal motion and a vote to amend or reconsider the previous decision by this body?
Mr. City Attorney?
The only action and the only reason the subject matter is here is to amend the motion from the August 21 commission meeting to approve the decision, et cetera, which is in the packet. But the only change would be to amend that motion, which included and added on to the approval of the decision, the 150 feet, and amend that to 60 feet.
Yeah, I guess my question was, in instances where, I know this isn't that same circumstance, but in instances where we're doing a reconsideration vote, somebody needs to actually make that motion, have a second, and have a vote before we go forward. I just don't want to spend a lot of time spinning wheels if we need to actually have a formal something before we start. That's my question.
No, and
Okay.
as stated, it would be a motion to amend.
Okay.
Prior motion.
Okay. I guess if you're okay, Alderman Sluse, I'll just go with my comments first. Since I'm already.
Why don't you keep the floor, then Alderman Sluse.
Because I'm just going to, I'm not going to promise, but I think I'm just going to speak once and then hold my peace. I think everyone in here has heard me talk long enough on this. So what I want to say is, my basis has always been for both of these items before us, the NRSC and the conditional use, was using the city's criteria document that we have, because that's, as a body, that's what we measure all of these developments by. With that being said, I heard the word tonight, and I actually have it written down by myself prior to this meeting. I heard the word a lot tonight. The 150-foot was a compromise. It was a compromise. It was a compromise. And that's exactly right. It was an attempted compromise, I believe, not putting words in my fellow commissioners' mouths, but I believe it was meant as a compromise to try to find a balance between allowing for the tennis courts and then also allowing for the residents to still have a comfortable buffer for their livelihood, as well as the buffer for any potential runoff. That being said, you're right. There's no factual basis on that number. I mean, 150, it could be 90, it could be 45, it could be 60. There's nothing tied to that number. So there's nothing that says that 150 feet is better than any other number. There just isn't. So taking that aside, I actually agree with some of the statements that you made in this document with regard to the burden that is placed on the school district. I believe wholeheartedly that you should be able to do what you want on your property, so long as it doesn't negatively impact your neighbors. And going back to the self-imposed restriction, the documentation we have here says that, you know, the school has been there since the 1960s. Many of these neighborhoods weren't there then. Many of these resource protections weren't there then. But they were there in 2014 when the conservation easement was met. So for me, I understand what you're saying, but at the time in 2014, when some of these decisions were made, those things were in place. And I fully understand that the majority of you, the collective you as the school district administrators, were not there when that decision was made. You had no control over it. It's kind of that horrible adage, it's not my fault, but it is my problem. And so that's what I keep coming back to, is that the school district at the time in 2014, maybe they thought there was going to be a new high school. Maybe they thought there was going to be a second high school. Maybe they thought they didn't need any more expansion. We'll never know. But they entered into that agreement knowing that what they were protecting. And when they created that document and signed it, that's now the hardship that you're trying to overcome. It's like you're asking for a mulligan on that. And that's the part that I can't get past. And what I don't have in front of me is any sort of like concrete proof. I have what you wrote, but there's nothing here that shows me, or nothing that's ever been presented about different alternatives to where things are located. Or you mentioned multiple times that in a lot of the meetings for Franklin Forward, there was sentiment about nobody wanting a second high school. Well, I went to a few of those meetings and I got the survey, and I don't ever remember seeing a question about another high school or a second high school. So I'm not sure if that was internal conversations, internal data that you were collecting, but it's never been presented in a way to show proof that this is the only way. So again, for me, I get it, the 150, we probably can't sit on that. But if I take that out, what I'm left with is you don't meet the criteria in number 1 of the natural resource special exception requirement. So for me, tonight, if we're going to reconsider the vote, my vote would be no, completely. With that, I'll yield.
Alderman Salus. Oh, hold on, sir. Mr. City Attorney.
With regard to my recommendation earlier, and your mention of there's no factual basis on that number with regard to the 150 feet. This is a natural resource special exception. Wisconsin statutes regarding conditional use permits. Wisconsin statute section 62.23 sub 7 sub DE. Conditional use means a use allowed under a conditional use permit special exception or other zoning permission issued by a city does not include a variance. Substantial evidence means facts and information other than merely personal preferences or speculation directly pertaining to the requirements and conditions an applicant must meet to obtain a conditional use permit, and that reasonable persons would accept in support of a conclusion. If an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all of the requirements and conditions specified in the city ordinance or those imposed by the city zoning board, the city shall grant the conditional use permit. Any condition imposed must be related to the purpose of the ordinance and based on substantial evidence. The requirements and conditions described in the foregoing subsection must be reasonable and to the extent practicable, measurable. The applicant must demonstrate that the applications and all requirements and conditions established by the city relating to the conditional use are or shall be satisfied, both of which must be satisfied by substantial evidence. The city's decision to approve or deny the permit must be supported by substantial evidence.
Alderman Days?
My evidence, and perhaps I didn't word it clearly enough, my evidence is the 2014 conservation easement that was signed by the school district. There's been nothing to prove why that document and what that put in place was not a hardship created by the applicant. That is what I'm saying. That's my proof.
In
There's
addition, no factual basis on the 150 feet number. Is what I referred to that
Yeah.
you previously said.
Right, exactly, which is why I said I'm okay letting that go, because there's,
Okay, maybe I got lost right in the middle of you two. So you're saying, Alderwoman, that the 150 feet is something that you're willing to not support that?
my understanding of the statute that the city attorney just read, that 150 feet does not meet that criteria.
Okay, agreed.
Ergo, it is not a condition that can be placed on this particular item. So it, in my opinion, is null and void. When I was starting out, I was saying that I believe, and I don't want to put words into Alderman Salusa's mouth or anybody else up here that voted in favor of that evening, I believe the thought was that it was a compromise between the two. Absent of that, I'm saying I have nothing else to go by other than the document in front of me and my belief that the 2014 document that the school district signed created the hardship that they are looking to overcome at this point. And that is a criteria of a natural resource special exception. Again, I'm one opinion, I'm one vote, but this is how I'm basing my vote, because if I have to stick to the facts and I have to stick to our city ordinances and state law, that is my basis for my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for the explanation, Alderman Salus. Again, we're going to hold you. Mr. City Attorney.
You mentioned you were trying to assert a compromise. I understand the setback issue here derives from a 30-foot setback in City Unified Development Ordinance. The school district has offered 60 feet. And as I read in the statute, if the applicant agrees to requirements by the zoning board, that's applicable under the conditional use special exception statute. So the 60 feet would work, be appropriate under the statutory law.
Alderman Sluse, I promise to not interrupt.
Okay. I'm just like questioning the legality of this discussion altogether. It has to be clarified, there's three different issues here. There is a zoning setback of 30 foot. I fully understand and respect that. And I never, ever, nor anyone on this commission, suggested that we should increase the setback. That's not within our legal authority. We cannot say, okay, well, I want to make the setback 100 feet or 50 feet or whatever. So that's not within our authority. The Common Council has the authority to amend the easement, the conservancy. There was like a situation where it's 9 acres of land, and basically it was a document signed by the city and the school to keep that as a conservancy. And the Common Council have the authority to take it down to 0 or whatever. So they have, that's within their authority to do so. But at the same time, there's a third party here, which is the Planning Commission, who is in charge of the environmental issues and the environmental exception. So when we came up with the 150 feet compromise, we tried to preserve 150 feet of wooded land, to protect the 150 feet wooded land from these homes and the neighbors who live around there. And that was call it a compromise, but it was acceptable to the neighbors. And I think the neighbors have the moral authority, because this document, the beneficiary of this document that was signed in 2014, is not me or anyone sitting on the council here benefit from it. They are the immediate neighbors who share lot line with that conservancy. And once they signal that they are comfortable with the 150 foot of protecting woodland within that 150 foot, that was the arrangement, and that was the agreement, and that's why we proceeded with that. So please, no one should confuse the 150 foot that we suggested to protect of the woodland with the zoning 30-foot setback. This absolutely different issue, and the conservancy issue sits with the Common Council. They can take it down to 0, but we still have the right to protect the natural resources within that area. So that's why we did what we did, and I believe the Plan Commission acted in a prudent manner to protect the interest of the neighbors, at the same time allowing the school to proceed with their project. I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Haley, you have something, or going back to Mr. City Attorney, you got the floor again?
I again
We're gonna move
repeat,
forward.
without reading it again, what the conditional use special exception statute says, requirements for approvals. That's all I'm going to say in response to that.
Okay, Mr. Haley?
I'm going to start by saying, if I'm not mistaken, the item in front of us is the natural resource special exception. The council modified the boundaries of the existing one. It used to be the entire site. The applicant requested to carve a piece of that off. That's council action. What we're being asked now is to approve a natural resource special exception. And there's a series of criteria that we need to go through, looking at the land, the pit, a whole bunch of stuff that we're familiar with. That's what's in front of us, though. Okay? We're not talking about 150 feet. And we're not talking about whether this is an appropriate use. It's whether or not we should be granting a new modified conservation easement, different parcel of property. Basically, what you got carved off is still a discrete parcel of property. It's fresh, clean, and you need to go through the entire process to get a special exception on that property. Modifying the boundaries on the first one didn't make the requirements to comply with today's standards go away. Okay? So, that said, I'm going to continue asking the same questions I've asked just about every time. I'm guessing every time we're here, I can't seem to get an answer on. Where are we at with the wetland delineations? Have we gotten concurrence from the DNR and the Army Corps of Engineer about the disposition of the 3 wetlands located in the footprint there? Does it exist?
Point of Beginning is with us this evening and can answer that question. I'd ask them to come to the microphone.
Thank you. I've asked it repeatedly and haven't gotten an answer.
Understood. We thank you for that.
We need to get our money back. So, sir, if you mind just saying your name and business address for the record, please.
Jesse Becker with Point of Beginning, 4941 Kirschling Court, Stevens Point, Wisconsin, 54481. In response to Mr. Haley's question, Alderman Haley's question, or Commissioner Haley's question, the wetlands have been delineated by an assured wetland delineator, which automatically infers concurrence.
Has the Department of Natural Resources and/or the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers given you permission to destroy these wetlands?
We have submitted to the Army Corps of Engineers. So the Army Corps of Engineers found these wetlands to be non-federal, which means that they are not covered by federal jurisdiction. So there is no Army Corps permitting yet necessary on the federal side of things. As far as the state of Wisconsin is concerned, we submitted for a wetland fill application for the 2 wetlands in the center of the parcel that are being impacted by generally the tennis court area. We submitted for that permit application a couple months back. The way the process works is we submit to the DNR. They have 30 days to review, and if they do not respond, it is automatically approved. We submitted more than 30 days ago. I don't have the exact dates in front of me, of course. But under the general permit issued by the state of Wisconsin through the federal government, therefore, the permit has been approved. So since they hadn't comment on it, the wetlands are now allowed to be disturbed. That refers to the 2 wetlands in the center of the parcel at the tennis courts. There are a few other wetlands, which I'm sure you're interested in. There was 2 wetlands that were determined to be artificial under the artificial exemption process through the DNR. That process is complete. There is 1 additional wetland located on the very southeast corner of the property. That wetland, you can see on screen, it's the green one in the corner there. That one has been submitted for a, a non-federal exemption through the DNR. That process is ongoing. So we do not have approval for that one just yet. We're waiting for the DNR to review that one, but the other ones have been approved.
So the assumption you're moving forward on is that by not responding, the DNR is guessing and saying it's okay to do this?
Correct.
Okay. Has there been any follow-up with them to find out if they had any concerns? I mean, your own submittals tell us that there's a Wisconsin species of special concern, state threatened, right between the 2 wetlands there. DNR's got to have a huge concern about that, but yet nothing is being said. We're proposing to completely obliterate them. There's been no reference to those species be there. Your documentation shows them to be there. It should have raised a whole bunch of yellow flags, and somebody should have been having a discussion with the Department of Natural Resources. Can we mitigate? Can we kill them? Might we be able to relocate them? And the reason I'm getting at this is you're asking us to make final approval on destroying these wetlands and woodlands, and I don't believe that you've done your burden of proof to show. Once they're gone, yeah, then nothing can happen. They're all gone, but we're also, I can't even tell, to be honest with you, how much wetland impact we're having, because there's different numbers on every document we've gotten. And we forget that just because the DNR may have not told you can't whack these wetlands doesn't mean you don't have to comply with Franklin. So that's what's in front of us right now. We have our environmental standards, and you are asking for an exception to those standards. And we need a compelling reason to do that. And saying that, well, we didn't know. My first comment, and I believe I've made this before, is you've not been very good stewards of the existing easement. We're being told that the wetlands don't count anymore, that they're choked with buckthorn, and ash. The conservation easement that was signed in 2014 says you got to prevent all that stuff. So you're not doing the job. You want to do more of it, and we're just in a hurry to get that. I'd like to see something from the DNR saying that it's okay for you to fill them, or that they are not jurisdictional. And then we look at, what about Franklin's buffers that are protected? Those are issues that are out there. Okay, so that's just part of it. And I've been asking the same thing. This isn't coming from nowhere. When do we get to find out that absent Franklin permissions, all the other entities are saying it's okay to move forward and start grading? Because the intention is to start grading almost immediately, I assume. So I still don't get a decent answer on that. I'm just going to say, as has been said by members of the audience and others, the hardships that you're trying to get an exception to are fully self-imposed. They were there in writing. You knew about it. There's no way you can tell me that you've been going through an 8-month design process and never bothered to look at the title report on it to see, are there any things? You pull out the old file. There's an existing conservation easement. Council has given you permission to modify the boundaries of that. We still have to act on what happens to the existing natural resources on that parcel. And that's all that's in front of us right now, here, tonight. So you haven't provided us with the answers that we need to do this. One of the criteria is that we have to decide that this has no negative impact on adjacent properties or property values or circulation and transportation. And they've all been answered by you, but just because you put an answer in doesn't mean it's true or it's right. Okay? So I'm not here to punish you or do anything else. You're not providing us with the information we need to make a decision about mitigation on site. Now, that said and done, even if we were to, we had a discussion in previous several meetings about the mitigation that's to happen. There's, some non-specific reference to the northwest corner of the property and all that, but then we're going to go to Hilltop. I asked questions about that. So again, I look at it, nothing has changed. We're still proposing to plant trees, including box elder and cottonwoods, on a piece of property that the school district owns that you can't use for anything except apparently this mitigation, which means basically if we allow this to go forward, you go out there and mitigate that, plant trees and create wetlands and potentially not maintain them again, which is the problem that got you where you're at right now. And we've created a parcel that's unusable. It's off the tax rolls. Nothing can be done with it. We've asked the question, could you put it in a road there or arrange things in such a way that you could still put a road through in the future? No answer. Okay, so I could go on, and I'm going to spare you that, but we're not seeing the criteria answered that we need to in order to make an exception. This isn't about some right or privilege you have. Franklin has codes that need to be enforced, and you have asked us to make an exception to some of those. And that's what we're here to discuss tonight. It's got nothing to do with 150 feet or 30 feet. And we don't need to talk about the other wetlands because you're not proposing to do anything. But a lot of this gets down to the issue of need. We're all saying it, self-imposed. Well, it was self-imposed in 2014, and you can argue that you weren't there. But these issues started coming up. I asked you last time about the 2 soccer fields that are existing on the northeast side, shall we say, and why we can't just use those because they're in perfect condition. I see people out there using them. Oh, well, we have to use half of one for distance and shot put. And then I got some ho-ho about we can't use them where they're at. They clearly show on the site plan, they're just cut off there. You have them in place, they're there and functioning. And so instead, what we're going to do is we're going to bring them up here, lay waste to an entire soccer field, and then say, well, we need to replace that soccer field. And it has to go over there on top of a wetland. Is this soccer field that's proposed there, is that going to be natural turf or artificial turf?
Sorry, you complete. Just a couple things to add to that. It's going to be natural turf on the soccer field we're looking at. I just want to clarify that point of beginning did answer your question about DNR, whether you trust that is a different issue. You also stated that we answered all the questions and then you questioned our trustworthiness to that. We're not giving you any false answers. I just want to clarify that for the record. That
What
is
I'm
not
trying to
gonna be a
enforce is
turf
you
field.
have the
Hold on.
burden, you have the burden of proof.
Commissioner, could she finish her point?
I'm fine, thank you, Mayor.
Well, I thought you were, the final, did you answer natural or on the turf?
Yep, I answered that right off the
Okay.
bat. It is not turf, it's a natural. To answer your question, Mr. Haley.
All right, thank you. Mr. City Attorney, then back to Mr. Haley.
With regard to burden of proof, as I read earlier, the statute says, also says, the city's decision to approve or deny the permit must be supported by substantial evidence.
Mr. Haley, you're-
I'm waiting to see it. I haven't seen anything absolutely convincing that tells me this is the only place that you can put those tennis courts, is right on top of wetlands.
And the city side too
What about the city?
needs to provide by substantial evidence its decision, not only the applicant.
That's not the way I read our natural resource special exception.
I'm reading the statute which controls.
so,
So then we better update our natural resource exception language. We just did that, and we're not compliant with state laws, what you're saying? I'm just going by what our ordinances say, which is all I have to go by. I don't read ordinance, state statutes on a regular basis. Go ahead, how you doing for now?
Mr. City Attorney, Regulo, can you?
I informed staff of that. Not during the UDO process where I was barely involved at all.
Alderman Day?
I've said this before, and I will say it again, and if it's argumentative, I apologize, but, and I don't want to come across this way to staff, because most of you have not been here for that long, but if it's suddenly wrong now, then we've been doing it wrong forever. So I find it very hard to believe that all of a sudden, in this one instance, all of a sudden, everything is wrong, because this is my third year doing this, and I've sat through plenty of these before that, and I've never seen anything get questioned as much as it is right now. So if we've done it wrong, then every business that's ever been told they have to change something better come back and sue us, because we apparently did it wrong the whole time.
Okay, I saw opposing counsel spark up when you say everybody sue us. So we're gonna go with Mr. Leon first.
So I have a lot to say. So I would like to not only defer to city attorney, but if Commissioner Shago has anything to add, I'll defer as well. But city attorney. Good?
That's why I pointed to you sometimes,
Okay.
sir.
Well,
Please.
Mr. City Attorney.
I responded to Alderwoman Day, same comment at the Common Council meeting, saying, always been done that way? Statute was amended in 2017. Staff was made aware and knew about all the new requirements for conditional uses, et cetera. I don't recall the issue arising where there was some kind of disagreement on applications previously. And for 3 years instead of decades, that type of experience as to what's gone on doesn't make any difference as to what's right to do.
With the pause, I'll go back to Mr. Leon.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start by saying something that I've said in this room several times on this matter and others, and that's I want to thank everyone here tonight for not only coming and many opposing, but listening to those who support, and everyone being respectful to other opinions. More importantly, I guess maybe as importantly, and here, I'm going to be a voice of dissent. I mentioned earlier that I support this proposal by the school board. I listened at the August meeting. I was not able to attend, and I listened to all of the meeting. And previously, I had asked the school board to come and be a part of this process, the elected representatives and the superintendent. And they did. And they did it in this room, on neutral territory, and they did it in their own at the school board, and listened and had dialogue many times. It's all on the record here for the Plan Commission and for the school board. And I believed they compromised quite a bit. And I'm someone who has sat right here on the record and criticized both the superintendent and the president. They can attest to that on previous matters. But they came out and they spoke intelligently. They spoke with a knowledge of the project, working with the consultants. They helped reinforce the message that Assistant Superintendent Cromie answered many times over. In my opinion, and you can go back and review, they have been very collaborative on it. But ultimately, there are different positions. I've got two neighbors here tonight. One, I agree on a lot of stuff, but we don't agree on this matter. One, I can tell you we don't agree a lot, but we do agree on this matter. It's just different perspectives. And ultimately, I believe that this project, as proposed, as shown on the screen, not only benefits the city, the students in there at the high school, but that the concerns about light, noise, and traffic, water is included in there as well, are considering worst case scenarios. That we have this partner in the district and the consultants that they've hired who are working diligently to ensure those things do not happen, that it will not be the worst case scenario. So the statements that the district, that the superintendent in particular, is bullying, it's easy to see otherwise. They have made compromises. One of the last meetings that I was able to attend, and at school board that many people in the room tonight were at, they showed side by side changes made to this proposal from the initial phases that took into consideration the conversations that they had with neighbors. One of the chief ones is going from the UDO requirement of 30 feet buffer to 60 feet. That is a compromise, and there were others. The only real question I have tonight is for the consultant, and it's just, I hate to narrow you to a yes or no question, but I'll try. Would a 150 feet buffer as proposed in the September meeting make this project infeasible?
To
In
meet
your
the
opinion.
school district's needs, including both tennis and practice fields and parking and everything that they need, it does make it infeasible.
Thank you. That's the matter at hand, right? We can say that it's not about the 150 feet, but it really is, right? What's on the screen to have the tennis courts and the soccer field and the shot put that does benefit the school, its athletics department, and other uses. There are many other uses for this property. It is not the destruction of any property or anything. It is creating a multi-use, multi-purpose field for the students in the city, for our community as a whole, not just the students. There are currently and will be more uses for this facility. One other matter that was brought up a lot is Highview, and I think I actually will try to phrase this in a question to the planning department. Highview, in my opinion, was originally designed to, at some point, through growth and additional requirements, to go through, right? That's why there's the barricade at the end of it, that as a planning consideration, roads like that end in that way are designed for this type of use later. So I guess, Mr. Martinez, I would ask you, is that an accurate statement that when a road ends like Highview does at a property like this, that it is designed at the original put in of the road to go through at some point if the needs require it?
Even though the question about.
I don't think you're on.
Yeah, even though the question about the access to Hybrid Drive is not part of this item, because that
Right. Understood.
is associated with the conditional use. Yeah, typically when it ends like that, in most cases, plan to be continued, because if not, it will end as a cul-de-sac, which is not planned to be continued.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. I'm going to circle back to something, and that's specifically to President Sprague, Superintendent Bennon, and Assistant Superintendent Cromie. Not only do I thank you for what you've done for this project, and again, we've sat here on other projects for the district and not seen as much as I would have liked in front of Plan Commission, but ask you to continue to do so despite what happened at the previous meeting, because it is partnering. At the end of the project, down the road, it will show that the school district worked with the city, despite assertions to the contrary. And it's a difficult process. There are those concerned that it will adversely impact them significantly. I don't believe that's the case, but I think if we don't have this type of partnership with the school district, it will make matters worse. You'll have bigger problems as a result of a project. So, sorry you got talked to and had some of the accusations made against you in the way that they were, because I don't believe they're true, especially in the context of this project. Please continue to do that. I think it's for the benefit of everyone. And then circling back to one other thing. This is the school district's property. They have not only complied with, but exceeded the standard that we have by ordinance. And they did that as a result of listening and making changes as much as was feasible to this project. So I think they've got the authority on this. It's their property. They worked with us. They're complying and exceeding those standards. I'm not an attorney, but to paraphrase the poet Jay-Z, I didn't pass the bar, but I know a little bit. And I don't believe that the city in this situation has the authority and will ultimately be able to implement a 150-foot buffer onto this. I believe that the school district has the authority here, and I'm sure the city attorney's not real happy with me saying things like that, but I think it's the reality that we're facing here. This project is something that can go forward, I believe should. Maybe I will be a minority of one at tonight's Plan Commission or on the vote on this, but I believe it's the right thing to do that benefits our entire community and will not disrupt the serenity of the neighbors who oppose it as significantly as.
Yeah, come to our house then.
All right.
I thank you for staying respectful. I appreciate that we have a difference of opinions on this, and I understand why you would be concerned, but I believe you have good partners that will ensure that that doesn't happen. With that, I yield.
We'll go Alderwoman Day, Alderman Salus.
I'm just trying to circle back to something, and I want to first go on record and say, I'm not against your project. I'm not against this happening. What I want to see are, people keep using this term that I see in the news. I want to see the receipts. You know, show us the proof that this isn't self-imposed. Show us the proof that this is the layout that has to happen. These are the things that are the requirements that we have to meet. And I understand very well what the state statute is that the city attorney is referencing. But what I'm saying is that in all the information that we get as, and there's a lot of it, I've kept all of it from all these meetings, the information we get as a commission from the staff report does go through everybody up here. It goes through staff, it goes to the city administrator, it goes to the city attorney, it comes to us. This is the staff report for the August 7th, 2025 Plan Commission regarding the Natural Resource Special Exception. Page 5 says, Natural Resource Special Exception, per section 15-10.0208 of the UDO, the applicant shall have the burden of proof to present evidence sufficient to support a natural resource special exception. So I'm going by what I have. So if we have to have some sort of city burden of proof, that's news to me in the last 2 weeks. That's never been how this has been done. So if there's something wrong, it needs to change in a hurry across the board. That being said, like, again, I'm not against what you want to do. I'm not even technically opposed to your road, even though we're not talking about this right now, but there's been nothing done to show that that's not, it's the same, it's the receipts. There's been nothing provided to us. That's what I'm saying. So absent of that, I agree with Commissioner Leone, and I said it before, 150 doesn't hold water. I don't think that we should have that anymore. There's no reason to have it. There's no factual basis for it if there isn't a factual basis for it. But the factual basis that we have based on what I'm seeing as our codes in front of me, as they're written right now, the burden of proof is the applicant, and they haven't provided it. Thank you.
Alderman Salus? Oh, go ahead. Hold on a second. Do you mind yielding? Go ahead. Madam Director of Administration?
May I ask the city attorney to address the distinction between our requirements for a NRSE and a state statute conditional use permit requirements? Because I feel like we're conflating the two.
I read the requirements earlier. Statute controls.
Can't hear you. Speak up, sir, please.
Statute controls.
So to that end, can you please make the connection?
What's the question?
What I'd like to see is Madam Director of Administration take that microphone from Mr. Cromie and restate the question to the council. Just state what you said before.
From what I heard, and I don't know, maybe I'm not listening to what is being said, but it sounded like there was a completely different subject matter that we were talking about, the NRSC and the requirements of that. But the conditional use permit is a separate thing that has a separate requirement and is regulated by state statute. Correct?
Yes, but the state statute, as I read earlier, is for special exceptions also, and this is a special exception.
Right.
So the statute applies.
Can you please tie those together and take it home?
I did at the start. The subject matter is here. One reason to amend the August 21, 2025 motion, which added a 150-foot buffer setback to the approval of the decision. And that was it.
I believe she's asking you, and please tell me if I'm wrong, does the burden of proof fall to the city on special exemption as well based on that state statute?
As I read earlier, the city's decision to approve or deny the permit must be supported by substantial evidence.
Yes. Yes.
Only speaking into the microphone, please.
Therefore, yes is the correct answer, correct?
If you consider the burden to be substantial evidence, which I do think it is.
Mr. Martinez and Alderman Salus.
Yeah, just want to clarify on the process for conditional uses in the past. So typically, when a staff recommends denial or recommends a condition, that is based on compliance with the Unified Development Ordinance or consistency with the comprehensive plan. So it's based on substantial evidence. So the issue here is that the 150-foot setback, what is the substantial evidence for imposing that condition?
It lacks substantial evidence, what you just said.
But, I mean, what is the substantial evidence for that? It is a noise, it is light. So I think that's the big issue. Why it is not 100? Why it is not 200? Why it is not 50? So.
Thank you. Alderman Salus?
Just, I hate to repeat myself, but I felt, it has been mentioned a couple of times again, the difference between the zoning 30-foot setback and the 60-foot that the Common Council reduction of the conservancy lot line. So the Common Council can do whatever they want. That's within their authority. And the Plan Commission has the responsibility of dealing with the environmental issues. So regardless what the Common Council did, the decision that took place in August by this commission should stand. And to reopen this discussion without calling it to reconsider and taking a motion and have the motion second, I think this meeting is out of order, in my view.
Mr. Leon?
Thank you, Mayor. Start this with saying I really appreciate and respect so many of the things that Alderwoman Day presents up here and makes a lot of valid points, makes me consider a lot of things. On the matter of whether the district has shown substantial evidence of why this is needed. It's subjective, but I believe they have. And it comes down to the uses of this facility, these fields as compared to the current uses, right? There is demand for things like tennis, right? We're currently having tennis players go to Greendale. Pickleball is another thing, the soccer fields. The movement of the shot put from its current location, which presents safety concerns. Then also the terrain of the area. There aren't a lot of options to do something on the property. And to do it at another off-site property, it's been discussed many times in this meeting, I know it's been disputed a bit, would not be in the interest of Franklin. So I believe that meets that criteria, that they've shown why it should be here, why it's not a good option to go elsewhere. So, I know a lot of the conversation over the past few minutes has been about the city's burden and to show substantial evidence, but I believe on the screen in front of us is that substantial evidence, along with the many times that this matter has been before plan, before council, and before the school board, where the consultant, Assistant Superintendent Cromie, have really outlined that. So again, everybody's got to have their own interpretation of whether it meets that standard, but I believe the applicant's done that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Mr. Haley?
Thank you. I'm just going to try it one more time. The issue in front of us is approval of a natural resource special exception. It's a yes or a no decision that this commission gets to make. If they say yes, then in theory we can place conditions on that. But this has nothing to do with 30 feet or 60 feet or 150 feet. It's, can we take a bulldozer and fill in those wetlands and their surrounding buffers? That's the issue in front of us. And it's an exception. Franklin protects those and says, no, you can't. And you must protect the buffers around them. And so what we're being asked to do here, unless I can't read or I'm doing something wrong, is to approve or disapprove a natural resource special exception. It becomes a yes or a no question.
Mr. City Attorney,
Enlighten me.
then Mr. Martinez.
The natural resource special exception was approved on August 21, 2025. I stated earlier why it's here. It's the 150 feet or 60 feet.
These are being conflated. Wetlands have nothing to do with buffers from property boundaries. We're not issuing, we're talking about setbacks and zoning. We're talking about whether, contrary to Franklin's Unified Development Ordinance, we're prepared to allow them to destroy wetlands. And if so, then under what conditions would they mitigate that, where and how and all of that? It's completely baffling me because that's what the agenda says and that's what's in front of us. An exception to the natural resources. And as Alderman Day read, it clearly says in RUDO 1510-0208, the applicant has the burden of proof and must present evidence to support the NRSE, Natural Resource Special Exception,
which was granted on August 21.
Plan Commission grants that.
The Plan Commission
Yeah.
granted it.
So, hold on. So, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. Martinez, Alderwoman Day,
I answered
and Mr. Leon. Are you good then, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Martinez.
No, just to confirm that, yes, the Plan Commission granted the natural resource special exception with a condition that restricts the area 150 feet from the south and east property line. And that's as we're being, the item tonight to the applicant, reduce that 150 feet to an average of 60 feet to match the proposed natural resource protection plan and the amendment approved by the Common Council to the conservation easement.
Okay, Alderwoman Day, then Commissioner Leon, then let's.
Yeah, no, I get it now, and I feel like I tried to start it out this way before we spent the last hour going back and forth. I think for the majority of the people in this room, absent maybe the school district representatives up here, maybe the city administrator, maybe the city attorney, and probably the planning department, but I don't think anybody really truly explained what we were doing here tonight. What's in front of us is not whether or not we're approving the natural resource special exception. We did that. We did that with putting in a 150-foot buffer of trees. That's what's back, the 150 feet, not the natural resource special exception.
Right.
And it was explained incredibly poorly at the start. And I do apologize to everyone that's had to sit through all of this, because I feel like if that would have just been laid before us, we wouldn't have gone back and forth arguing points that are moot. So, with that being said, based on what the city attorney has read, what I have come to conclude from my own research, I will make the motion to amend the, where's the motion?
There is a prepared motion that usually Mr. Martinez would read, if you're okay with that.
Read it, because I might need to change something, but read what it was.
So what we'll do is we'll have a motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll discuss it, then we'll go back to you, Mr. Leon. Okay?
The recommended motion is a motion to amend the motion adopted on August 21st, 2025 for the Franklin High School Natural Resource Special Exception to change the 150-foot setback to an average setback of 60 feet as shown on the plans dated June 24th, 2025.
So moved.
Second with further discussion.
Okay, we have a first and a second. And further discussion with Alderwoman Day, then Alderman Salus.
Question for the school district. It's been, and maybe it's for the gentleman here as well. We talked about the 60 feet and it's an average, and I believe I asked this at the Common Council meeting. When you say average, is it like some folks have 20 feet, some folks have 100 feet, or is it like some folks have 55 and some folks have 65? What is the range that you're looking at here?
And I have a pointer if you wish.
Because in some of
Very
it, and I
bright
know, and I understand that, I mean, it probably is to scale, but because it's so small, it's hard to tell. But in some of those spots, it looks pretty bare.
Terrible pointer.
I can see.
Trying to make it work. So what we can see here, the narrowest portion would be where the stormwater management basin is.
Okay.
Here it is a touch narrower. That line there is 30 feet. So that's kind of the narrowest portion.
And then the part as you loop around going on the southern side, going down like southwest, where it gets pretty narrow down there, what does that look like?
That portion right there, we can see the 30-foot setback line right there.
So it's less than 30.
Correct. Yes, that does narrow up. However, there is proposed landscaping to fill that back in. So if we look at our landscape plan, which I don't know if we have that available here tonight or not, but we have trees and shrubs proposed in that area to kind of fill that, because that's the existing wood line. That's just where it ends. So we're filling that back out to maintain as large a buffer as we can feasibly in that area.
And I want to ask a question, but I don't think I can. Mr. City Attorney, in a previous packet that we received at a different meeting, there was additional information provided in it regarding things over here, but it was in a matter that I don't know that I can actually bring it forward and talk about it because the color of the paper was not white. Can I ask the question, or is it off limits? We never went to closed for that item.
I'd say yes.
Okay, I'll ask it a different way. For the school district, is there any other ideas that you may have had for that 60 feet that maybe like additional upping, the plantings that are in there, or perhaps a fence or something to help with some of this to help mitigate the change in topography for those neighbors?
I think if I'm understanding your question, what we originally looked at was the 30-foot just in the UDO that we talked about, and that was different to the natural resource. So the average 60 feet is maintaining trees that are of quality in that space. So maintaining what's there versus putting in new, obviously adding what we need to meet or exceed requirements, but it's maintaining to the best of our ability everything within that average 60. I think that's what you're asking as being the difference.
Yes, and then going back to the Common Council meeting when you came for the reconsideration vote where we did not take action that evening, there was additional information that was provided to us on the natural resource, or on the easement line there with your 60-foot buffer. I believe there was mention of a fence or something along those lines. I don't have those documents right now because I don't keep them when they come to us in that manner.
Yeah, I don't have those documents with me when I want to comment on them.
Yeah.
Order tonight either.
Okay. Would anything like that be on the table perhaps for future discussions?
I think what we have on the table this evening is what we've taken to and gotten feedback on and adjusted.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Neighbor has proof that
Um,
was done in June.
All right.
They did not listen to us.
So,
Ma'am.
okay.
Thank you.
So I guess I would say to the best, I mean, I can't make you do this, and it's not obviously part of the
part of
motion.
this.
But to the best of your ability, please try to keep that 60 feet for all of those neighbors there. I mean, that's a significant reduction in what's there, and in some places, you're less than 30. So
We'll do our best, I can say that. The areas that are less near the pond, I just want to remind that that was part of the discussions that were had too and feedback we had to shift where that retaining pond is, which is what affects that just dipping a little bit below the 30.
It shifted because we needed the turnaround
Hammerhead.
curve. Yeah.
And the part that's less than 30 that POB already spoke to, that's existing tree line. We're adding more in there at completion of the project.
Yeah, it's hard to tell without overlaying the landscape piece, but, okay, thank you.
So before we go to Mr. Leon,
Yeah, the motion carried by Plan Commission on August 21st allowed for the impacts associated with the stormwater pond, so that area over there. So that's covered by the previous motion.
thank you, Mr. Leon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to point out that the 60 feet not only exceeds but doubles the UDO standard, right? So that's, again, why I think we have a good partner here that is doing the best to mitigate the concerns of neighbors.
Ma'am? Nope.
Just a comment to Commissioner Haley's last statement about mitigation. Mr. Cromie has sat here at many meetings and discussed in detail what type of mitigation is happening based on the being approved for the special exception. It's off-site largely, and where viable, on-site for the high school property at the what would that be? The northwest corner, right by the roundabout. So again, this is something where the applicant with their consultant has done due diligence to mitigate that, the removal of trees. And again, to describe this as destruction is not accurate. This is changing this area into a multi-use property that will be used by the entire community and benefits all of Franklin. So that is among the reasons that I continue to support it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. Could you please reread that motion so it's real clear, nice and loud?
A motion to amend the motion adopted on August 21st, 2025 for the Franklin High School Natural Resource Special Exception to change the 150-foot setback to an average setback of 60 feet as shown on the plans dated June 24th, 2025.
Okay, so we have a first and a second. This will be a roll call. Please start with Mr. Leon.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day,
Oh, you made the second.
Based on state statute, aye.
Alderman Salus,
Abstain.
Commissioner Haley,
No.
Commissioner Shuggle.
Aye.
3 ayes, 1 no, 1 abstention, motion passes.
Do we need 4?
Or
I think we need 4.
presiding officer.
Presiding officer is the mayor. Mayor votes aye. Based on state statute.
Thank you very much.
Item C2,
Should we take a recess while?
well, I was going to do it after C2, but. Well. Okay, Regulo, Madam Director of Administration, and everybody else, we are going to move forward. Item C2, Bear Development Special Use. Request for approval of a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a special use for a multifamily condominium development use upon property located at 11590 West Meadowview Drive, tax key number 891-1081-000. Mr. Fuchs.
So Mayor, as you stated, this is Bear Development's Meadowview Condominiums project. The Plan Commission and Council have previously approved a comprehensive master plan amendment, rezoning, and certified survey map related to this development. Bring up a plan here. So the applicant is continuing to move forward. They currently have a special use and condominium plat and site plan application into the city. Those were all submitted with, under the previous UDO. It was a submittal, I think, around early June, prior to the effective date of the new code. So these were reviewed under the previous UDO. The applications in front of the Plan Commission tonight are just the special use and condominium plat. The applicant intends, if, assuming these get approved, then would put together further details on the site plan and the building. Project consists of 36 dwelling units. Staff's recommending approval. There are some conditions related to, there's woodland on site, so the remaining woodland would need to be placed in a conservation easement. The declaration of deed restrictions and covenants would need to be reviewed by the city attorney. And there's a couple of conditions just on the recording of the condominium plat and providing city with the copies.
Thank you. I know you spent a lot of time on this and with the developer. So with that, if you would please read the public hearing.
Notice of public hearing, City of Franklin Plan Commission, meeting on Thursday, October 9, 2025, at the Common Council Chambers at Franklin City Hall, 9229 West Loomis Road. Applicant is Stephen R. Mills, Bird Development, LLC, Loomis and Ryan, Inc., property owner, subject property located at 11590 West Meadowview Drive. An application for a special use to allow for a multifamily residential condominium development consisting of 36 dwelling units arranged in 18 side-by-side duplex structures. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirements and standards of Section 15.30701, General Standards for Special Uses, and 15.90103, Applications for a Special Use Permit of the City of Franklin Unified Development Ordinance. A map showing the property effective for legal description and all application materials are available for review and may be obtained from the Department of City Development. The public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input. The proposed draft form resolution is subject to revisions following public hearing and the further consideration by the Plan Commission and the City of Franklin Common Council.
Thank you. It's 7:47 PM. At this time, we'll open up the public hearing on this matter alone, under C as in Charles, number 2. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record, please. Good evening. 3 minutes or less, I'll be the timekeeper.
Thank you. My name is Mary McDonald. I live at 11555 West Loomis Road. My property backs up to the condominium property drawing, and I just want to bring my concerns about 3 things. The proximity of the buildings seems to be crowded for the space it's designed. It's quite close to my husband's and my property, which is that almost a square just to the northwest of the property. And greatest of all would be the potential devaluation of our property because of noise, construction, lack of the green space that has been around it. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak on this matter and this matter alone? Seeing no one else, 7:48 PM, we closed the hearing. At this point, questions, comments? Mr. Leon?
Is the applicant here?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you.
Dan, would you please come up here, have a seat, and just state your name and business address for the record, please?
Dan, is this working?
Eventually it will, just bring it real close.
Okay, Dan Shop, Bear Development, 4011 80th Street, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Thank you for being here tonight. If you could just address the one comment that the neighbor asked about the potential devaluation of their property. Can you talk generally what developments like this, how they impact neighboring properties in terms of valuation?
Well, obviously, we feel like we're not going to devalue the property. The property is currently zoned R8 multifamily. It's planned for development. We've provided a landscape plan that I believe is compliant with city ordinance. So I don't feel that our development, our proposed development has the potential of devaluing property.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Any further questions from anyone at this time? Mr. Salus?
Just an idea, what is like the value of these condos when they are constructed? Like, is it like, medium scale, upscale, low scale? How do you?
I'm projecting that these condos, they're 2-unit buildings, so each unit would be somewhere in the mid-4s.
And was there like any facade presented to the city or not at this point?
So we're working on that. That's the reason why you don't have the site plan in front of you today, is that we're developing the site plan along with the architecture. We're not quite ready to show it yet, but before we invest, a lot of time and effort into architecture and civil engineering plans, we wanted to make sure that the special use was going to be permitted. So I guess the question is 36 units on 7 acres in this location permissible? And if we get a favorable hearing here, we move forward.
So that's a good point. You still have the floor, sir.
Yeah, I think, seems to be orderly. I'm comfortable with the concept. Of course, we want to see more details, but.
And we look forward to bringing it.
So 36 units on 7 acres. Further discussion on this? Seeing none, is there a recommended motion, sir?
I make a motion.
Well, Mr. Fuchs will read it.
Read it.
Go ahead.
It's a motion to recommend approval of a resolution imposing conditions and restrictions for the approval of a special use for a multifamily condominium development use upon property located at 11590 West Meadowview Drive.
Making the motion, Alderman?
I make the motion. Accept.
Second.
We've got a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
Just a procedural question. Is the condo, there's another action on the agenda.
Mr. Martinez, could you weigh in on that?
Yeah. Item E1,
Or E2? E2.
sorry, E2, yeah. Request to approve a resolution conditionally approving a condominium plat for Lot 81, a condominium at 11590 West Meadowview Drive.
Now, can we take that out of order, or we have to go back in?
Move to go out of order.
So we have one motion to go out of order. Is there a second on that?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor go out of order.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Now we will hear E as in Edward number 2. And if that motion could be read, sir?
Be a motion recommending approval of a resolution approving a condominium plat for Lot 81, a condominium at 11590 West Meadowview Drive.
So moved.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Motion carries. Motion to go back into regular order.
So moved.
Second.
First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Back to regular order. All right. Thank you. We're good. Now we're going to go, why don't we do this?
Move to recess.
We will come back in 10 minutes, 8:03. 8:03, we're going to go to recess for 10 minutes, 8:03 p.m. Thank you. Regular, let me know when we're out.
Should we go out of order?
I'm just ready to rock.
Yeah.
Yes, we are going to.
Let's go out here. Okay.
Yep. So is it Green Arrow Alpha?
Yes.
It's 8:03 p.m. We are back in session, City of Franklin Plan Commission. We have a motion to go out of order.
I'll make the motion to go out of order to hear, is it C1?
E as in Edward
Or
1.
E1, sorry, E1.
Second.
The first and the second. Let's see, do we have enough to make the vote? I'll have to vote.
Here's Alderman Shaga.
Okay, Mr. Shago's back in the seat 804. We have got a motion to go out of order, Mr. Shago, to take item E as in Edward number 1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Now we'll hear E as Edward 1. Could you please state the motion, sir?
This is a motion to approve a resolution approving a site plan amendment to allow for building and site modifications at the Franklin High School located at 8222 South 51st Street.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Roll call, please, on this. We have a first and a second.
No discussion?
Commissioner
Okay, stand down. Discussion, Mr. Haley?
Well, thank you.
Well, what more can you add? Go ahead.
Well, I think that the site plan that we're being asked to approve is completely unacceptable.
Okay.
If you, all of the discussions we've had, and this is aside from the natural resources. We're about to open up a residential neighborhood. We've had the privilege of listening to these people multiple times. There's been this issue brought up about, well, there was a sub-street there, that means it must have been planned. It was there this whole time and could have been developed as an emergency access to the school, but never was seen fit. So now we're sort of using that as a, well, we've got to get safe. That could have been done at any point in time, and it still should be. That should be police and fire access only. By bringing in the street, building a 20-foot retaining wall, by putting tennis courts in there, everything that they're proposing to do, that is going to have direct impacts on the neighbors. Quality of life, value of property, and we haven't discussed it much, but that's the reality. Picture yourself living there. They've all been very gracious. They've expressed their concerns. They've worked with the school district. But if I was involved in this, would have solved the problem of where to put the soccer fields, where to put all of that. This is a design of convenience. Okay? This is what allows them to have everything that they need to have for the school up close to the school. We've still got issues with circulation. So we've got 70 teachers coming and going at all different times of the day. Okay, so that should never be an issue. Well, that'll be an issue. But that's also the fire lane. That's where the fire trucks are supposed to pull up there as an event. We've got 70 cars parked there. They have to come in, as we're being told, from the east. Easily, I believe it was stated by the applicant in the first time that they were here, that faculty traffic could easily go around the south side of the building, out to the front, just like everybody else. You look at it, there's a gap, there's nothing there, it's a big wide open loading dock, paved area. There's no reason that couldn't happen. That could be all of the access that they need to it. What we're trying to do is make it safe, and I'm 100% for that. We've also discussed the road coming in because of the enormous grade. I mean, they're literally gonna tear out a forest, build a 15 to 20 foot retaining wall, and build it all flat to put that stuff on. Well, we'll see how stable that stuff is in a few years, but engineering will have to review the plans for that retaining wall in detail. I would have, if it was mine, serious safety concerns. 20-foot wall with a 4-foot chain link fence on top of it, and soccer fields right next to it. Something to think about. So, again, I understand where all of these things are needed. I think personally that the site plan could have been done better. They could have looked at alternatives, practicable alternatives. There's no reason that soccer field has to be up there when it's already right over here existing. You can put the shot put and the discus throw up there. You could dodge around the wetlands. You could wait to find out whether in fact that wetland in the corner is protected or not. Because what we're not saying here is they're going to be back at some point in time for a permit to destroy that wetland because that's the only way they can fit in there. I sit and I listen and I feel terrible for the residents there. We're supposed to be representing them and helping them out, and this is a nightmare. They've been gracious, they've been good about it, but there is no ignoring the traffic problem that's going to be created. We've heard them say it, there's issues out there now. We've got speed detectors up there, but you've got hundreds of people that are going to be coming and going through there every morning, every afternoon, and it's not necessary. If you look, it's amazing if you look at an aerial image or even go out there, the whole front area is parking lots. Massive quantities of parking lots. Why we need more, I don't know. You know, when I was in high school, not everybody drove to school or had their parents drive them to school. There was this thing called buses that we used. But here we go, more parking. Well, you can't expect people playing tennis to have to walk some distance. Anyways, I could go on and on. With my design background, I cannot look at this and say that this is a sound site plan. I think that it's problematic in many ways, which I don't need to enumerate now, but it will not have my support.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is, I did not anticipate this, because when we went out of order to assist Bear Development number 2, we skipped over the citizen comment period on the matters forth under E as in Edward. So in all fairness to every citizen that is here, I understand we've got a first and a second. We will have further discussion, but at this time, I'm going to open up citizen comment period to which anybody wishes to speak on items E1, E2, E3, E4, and E5. So I know we do have a first and a second. Ms. Matthew, just hold on 1 second.
I just want to make sure that.
So just hold on 1 second. That was my first request. So we have a first and a second to this motion, but right now we're going back to citizen comment because that's the order at hand. And instead of reinventing the rules to speak just on E1, we'll knock out citizen comment period, then we'll go back to pause. So, all right, Ms. Mathwig, good evening.
I have a handout. I apologize, I don't have enough copies for everyone. I just want to confirm that,
Make sure you state your name and address for the record.
I just wanted to confirm that the hearing, there will be able to have comments also.
So, okay, your name and address again, and then we'll answer your question.
Linda Mathwig, 7321 Brun Drive.
And then what is your question, ma'am?
You're going to go back to the hearings and.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There will be a public hearing on item C3, yes.
Okay, I first want to say I respect and appreciate the commission members' comments made this evening. It's heartening to see so many gathered here tonight to share their viewpoints. The concerns surrounding both the high school and the proposed development at 76th Street and Rawson Avenue reflect a troubling pattern. Once again, the city appears to be pushing forward with plans that lack meaningful community support. To those of you on the dais, I ask a simple but serious question. Would you be willing to trade places literally with the residents most directly affected, except for perhaps with residents Eli on Cardo Circle and Angela on Beechwood Court? They would be happy to sell you their homes. They would just like to get out of there with the Potts General Development. If the answer is no, and if you would not want to live under the conditions that your decisions are creating, then I urge you to pause and really consider your votes tonight. Why is it that the council and its committees continue to overlook the profound, life-altering consequences these projects have on our neighborhoods? With regards to Potts, I echo the voices of many concerned residents. I've provided each of you with a copy of the neighbors' reasonable requests. In particular, item 4 outlines major concerns about the wetlands and natural springs. It's like we're on repeat with the high school, and the potential increase of risk of flooding. I've also included page 238 from tonight's online agenda and a photo from a home already experiencing problems. Let me be clear, constituents from District 5, Ward 19, District 2, Ward 7, and District 6, Ward 20 are fully opposed to more apartment developments. There is a clear imbalance in the city's housing approach. It is time to refocus on owner-occupied homes that build long-term community stability. It was brought to my attention that on platforms like Facebook and Nextdoor, residents are speaking out. They feel betrayed. The feedback on the POTS proposal has been overwhelmingly negative. Franklin residents, this is very disappointing. The original vision of this property where POTS General is going to be built was for a city center, and it has slipped away. With the exception of Harry's and the promise of a few commercial tenants, there is very little value being offered back to the community. I'll end with this question to the commission. Is this your legacy that you want to leave behind? The weight of the decisions rests on your shoulders.
Danska Savick, 7518 Carter Circle North. I'd like to talk about property values. It's been my concern from the start. 8 months ago, my unit property value was listed at $484 on Redfin. The latest quote from Redfin, well, last week's quote was $434. So that's a $50,000 drop. Today's, I made the mistake of going on it today. The value is $426. So that's nearly a $60,000 drop. And if you're questioning the accuracy of Redfin, the Journal just published the sale prices in Whitstone Village last Sunday, and one unit on Carter Circle North went for $395. That's very unsettling. While other units are going from the $450 to $500 range. Units not on Carter Circle North. These are units comparable in square footage and comparable in upgrades. So please tell me how I can recover $60,000 in property value. I'm open to suggestions.
Linda de Arteaga, 7396 South Williams Court. I don't know if this is the place I mention what I want to talk about, but I'm going to try.
Sure.
In the traffic impact analysis for the POTS development, it states that they would like to, they took into consideration the additional traffic of the Rock and the future development of the Vitality 52-acre site on Loomis. The POTS TIA states that they plan for a controlled light at north driveway of Ace Hardware, connecting it to the Pick and Save development across the street. I've also looked at the Vitality TIA, and it shows a different location for the controlled light on 76th Street. The diagram in that analysis shows a controlled light at Terrace Drive connecting it to the Whitstone Village driveway. My question is, have you heard from the Department of Transportation about any information or confirmation about where the future controlled light will actually be, given that different TIA plans show different locations?
Hello.
Hello, Jennifer Metzger, 7977 South 47th Street. So all my neighbors left because I think they didn't read the full agenda and realize that this would be opening back up. So I guess I'm the one voice left. I think the council knows our feelings. We felt really good about what you came up with at prior meetings, and clearly that is out the window. So I would encourage you to vote no on the current plan that is in front of you tonight. Make the school board go back to the drawing board and actually come up with some better options.
Thank you. Good evening.
Heidi Blank, 7126 West Brun Drive. I'm concerned that the east side of the property has wetlands and natural springs. Adding hard surfaces in that area could make the existing drainage problems worse for the neighbors on Brun Drive. It has taken residents many years to manage the issues, not eliminate them, but manage. If you vote to move forward with this development, which I respectfully hope you do not, I strongly urge you to add an amendment to this item requiring that the developer and the future property owners enter into a legal binding long-term agreement with each effective homeowner. This legal agreement would make sure that if water problems worsen on the east property line due to the development, the property owner will be fully responsible for covering the cost of all necessary repairs and any damage caused. Holding the development accountable in this way would offer some protection for homeowners and help make sure that the impact of this development is responsible, managed both now and in the future.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm here to formally express ongoing concerns regarding the buffer yard on the west boundary property of the Rock Sports Complex, which is adjacent to the residential neighborhood. And again, express the lack of meaningful information and substantial evidence regarding meeting the multiple conditions of approval for the Rock Sports Complex. This is obviously a pattern that is continuous with the city of Franklin. There is no substantial evidence related to POTS, the school, or anything showing that there's substantial evidence to show that there is no adverse impacts. The UDO clearly requires buffer yards to eliminate or minimize potential nuisances such as noise and lights, and to provide spacing to reduce adverse impacts. This standard has not been met for the Rock. Enforcement has been lacking despite repeated public complaints and discussions over the past 13 years, and especially with the city since 2021 regarding this berm. There is no new information supplied to address the concerns raised by citizens since that time. This agenda item again fails to address longstanding issues raised by neighbors. It does not offer any solution for the chronic noise nuisance that has persisted for nearly a decade. First of all, the berm, as indicated on the site plans, was 8 feet tall to help serve as a buffer for noise and light. Instead, this berm was filled in after spreading a massive dirt stockpile of 30 feet tall by 60 feet wide, and it was placed directly residential property lines. This was done without a soil disturbance permit from the city, and it effectively wiped out the original 8-foot berm. Second, this work also violates the Wisconsin DNR permit. I have the permit here. This permit allowed 640 cubic yards of material to be spread over a 100 by 100 foot area, raised no more than 2 feet. What actually occurred was approximately raising 3 acres of land by more than 4 feet, totaling an estimated 20,000 cubic yards of waste, dramatically exceeding the permitted amount by the DNR of 640 cubic yards. Third, residents, including myself, have reported these issues since July 21 to the city and to the former city engineer Glenn Morrow. Yet the violations persisted with no meaningful enforcement. Fourth, in 2023, I shared this information with John Nelson, the Planning Commission, and others related to the DNR permit of only 640 square feet. Since then, no detailed mitigation plan has been presented. The current plans do not follow the approved 2018 site plan and fail to address the original purpose of the berm, to buffer our neighborhood from excessive noise and light. The motion on the 2023 agenda indicates to the call of the chair, the applicant shall supply complete appropriate details, plans on the restoration of the fields and future use, and plans for heightening the berm sufficient to block and view the noise from the neighbors. That has not been followed. There is no additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Mills?
Judy Mills, 8018 West Winston Way, Franklin, Wisconsin. I'm here to make a general comment. I've lived in Franklin for almost 40 years. I've been coming to meetings like this more than I can't even count them. And nothing changes. It seems like the taxpayers, the homeowners, are on the bottom of the pile of consideration by the Common Council. You make decisions, a developer comes in and wants to build something, and you go, okie dokie, and they're up and running, and then the taxpayers who have to live with this because their homes are around it are the last to find out. It seems like they're the last to be considered. And the kind of, I mean, I've met Dana and a bunch of other people because they're here constantly telling you, please don't do this to us. Don't let another developer come in here and be more important than the homeowners whose property values are being lowered or changed in some way because of a business wanting to develop here. And it seems like you sit there, listen, and then do the same thing over and over and over again. And I just think it shows tremendous disregard for the homeowners and taxpayers in Franklin. And they keep voting people out of office who've done this, but we keep getting more of you up here. That, well, yeah, I mean, it's like they're multiplying. So there's something wrong. Franklin, and I showed you that list. Franklin is rated the worst city in the state of Wisconsin.
For nothing. We
Pardon?
are not the worst in anything, but continue.
That's,
I will always stick up for this city as a lifelong resident. We are not the worst in anything. Please be careful with your words.
I have a data thing where they rated the cities in the state of Wisconsin, and Franklin came in at the bottom of this list. There's something wrong with the way this city operates.
All right, Ms. Mills, I'll play along. You and I have known each other for many years.
Yes.
What list are you talking about?
I didn't bring with, I'll.
For the heck of it, well, you're making a pretty bold statement that Franklin is the worst. We are the worst in nothing. Nothing. I take offense to that. You've come here for 8.5 years that I've been elected official, and you're critical, and you don't back it up. But when you make a statement like that, I have to interrupt you, ma'am. And I respect you come up here, but I have to disagree with that.
I showed the thing to you, you must have forgotten.
Yeah, as I would have said something that's showing Franklin's the worst in something. Yeah, I would remember that.
Well, I'll bring it, I have it home, I'll bring it.
All right.
I'll bring it at the next meeting. I'll make copies of it if you'd like. There just is a problem in Franklin, and it just seems like people come up here and they plead with you, please don't do this to us, but you do it to them over and over again. It seems like builders rule, whatever a developer wants to do, okay. And then the taxpayers have to live with the ramifications of noise or property values going down. I just think there's something goofy about us. Nobody I know goes to their common council meetings all the time. Some of them don't even know what the inside of their city hall looks like because they never had to go. And they can't believe that I'm up here all the time. And it's one thing after another after another. We're an anomaly of weirdness, I think. So I just
4:30. I just gave you the extra time because we were back and forth.
okay, but I mean, when you have homeowners coming in and saying, please don't lower our property values because you're building a zoo next to them or whatever, and this happens multiple times, multiple times. And you, okay, well, I just wish you would care more about the property owners, the taxpayers, than you do some new business that wants to come in all the time.
Thank you, Ms. Mills.
Mayor?
Mr. Shago?
A number of people have referenced us as the Common Council. I just want to make sure everybody knows we are the Planning Commission. We are not the Common Council. There's been 4 or 5 people that have addressed us as the Common Council. So completely different responsibilities. Just want to make that point.
Well stated. Mr. Kerner?
Good evening. Dale Kerner, 8630 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm here to talk about what I would consider the illegal filling in of the parking lot behind my house. This was done during the previous administration, And what it is, it was soil that was taken from the Gulf Lux. There was a mound there, and we questioned what they were going to do with that mound at one time. They said, kind of like, don't worry about it, but I was an understanding that they cannot remove it from the site. So what they did is they took all this dirt and they built up the parking lot. And I called this to the attention of the city, and they go, well, he can do whatever he wants. Well, no, you can't do whatever you want. I believe it's in violation of the DNR. It changed the topography of the berm. The berm was supposed to be like 12 feet tall, well manicured. I'm going to get off that subject for a minute. When they mean well manicured, they mean the grass cut. How many people in your neighborhood cut their grass once this year? Oh, the berm's only been cut once. Kelly walked with us back there about a month ago before the tequila and taco thing. The grass is already up to the knees. It's a weed fest is what it is back there. And if you look outside on your bulletin board back there, it talks about weeds and that, and it says noxious weeds should include but not limited to creeping jenny, which came on my land and I have to take care of it. Anything over 18 inches in height should be cut and taken care of. He never does that. The only time they do cut is when I call and complain, and normally I have to go to the city attorney because my alderperson fails me all the time and doesn't want to take. It was supposed to be well manicured. So if you go in front of the Rock Sports Complex, let's say on Ross, and the grass is cut, it's trimmed. If you go by the quarry, it's gorgeous. The trees are blooming, everything. You go behind us, it looks like a dump. Earlier tonight, I believe Ms. Day said the owner of the property should be able to do whatever they want as long as it does not affect the neighbors. Well, it does affect us. And I just got out of the hospital last week, Thursday, and on Saturday night, I had to call the cops at midnight because the noise from the complex up there was coming through my house with my doors open. I called the police. They said, do you know what venue it is? I go, I have no idea. And I believe it was coming from the, I call it the pole barn, the mosh pit or whatever they call it. We've been putting up with this noise way too long. This berm thing, you guys don't care. We even said in the beginning, let's put a fence up there. No, a fence wouldn't look good. We want this to be a beautiful looking thing. It looks like hell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerner.
Helene Miller, 7467 Carter Circle North. Could you put that site plan back up, please? This is new to me, so I'm a little nervous.
You got 3 minutes, say whatever you wish.
Okay, that's not our site plan. There you go. That's the site plan. Thank you. Okay, so that is not the current site plan, just so you know.
What's that?
It's not.
Ian, is that the current site plan?
No. No, the current site plan is on page 220.
You're right, the pool is out there more on the other one.
Page 220 has the date as 9/5/25. The one you're talking about is on the traffic, and that is on page.
I just want the latest,
120.
greatest one. Whatever's the
Well,
latest.
this one says it was 8/14, so 9/20 would be later, right?
Whatever the latest one is,
Well, it would
that's
be
the
this-
one I want to have up on the screen.
It would be this way. Where's the date? You know, and that's the problem. I look at this book. I've been through this whole thing. I've got like 3 or 4 different pictures that I could get it from. Yet it's never referenced as to where you're really getting anything. I have been through this. I've got so many little tabs here. It's just not a good flow of seeing what you're talking about. And one of the things that I came up with, I'm more concerned about the parking, because parking, if you go to the other place, Velo Village, is one of the biggest complaints they have there. I have documentation of certain people saying, no way you pay $1,800 for rent and have to worry about finding one parking spot. Multiple times there have been 5+ cars driving in circles, battling to find one parking spot. I have others here too, but that's neither here nor there. What I had asked at the last meeting on October 2nd was to have the legend updated on this. This was the one that we had, and I asked for this legend. This is page 220. I asked for this to be updated. And I wanted to see how many bedrooms you had, how many 1 bedrooms, how many 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, because that's gonna proportionally affect traffic, and how many people you're gonna have and how many parking spots you have. So if you were to take, I did find something in here on some page, if you were to take how many 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, and 3 bedrooms, which are the latest for a count of 300 units, I got 156 1-bedroom, 117 2-bedroom, and 27 3-bedroom. Now, if you were to take parking spots like for like, 1 person having 1 car, 2-bedroom, maybe 2 people having 2 cars, and 3-bedroom, possible 3 people, you would get 454 people. 454 people. Now, the parking, the new number of the parking is 491. If you were to take the 1-bedrooms, which you might have couples, you might have married couples, whatever couples, and you do that times 1.5, meaning some would be.
You're at 330 right now.
Okay, well, no, you're at,
The time.
oh, okay. Well,
Please
well,
finish your thought,
here's
ma'am.
the one
Ma'am,
big-
please
okay.
finish your thought,
I
but
would like
just
to,
roll
because
it along.
here's the really big,
There you go. Bring the
here
big
it
one.
is. Okay, I found on page 53 that related to the site plan, and I don't know which one, staff recommends a cross-access easement shall be provided for the connection to the property to the south. That is us. Now, where did that come from? All of a sudden, that just shows up. And that is a legal, if you look at what a cross-access means, it could be a legal recording to be legally binding and enforceable. Cross-access easements must be recorded with the appropriate county recorder's office. Why is that in there? That says that was a staff recommend. Who's the staff that recommended that one?
The guy who's sheepishly raising his right hand.
Carter Circle
Well,
North.
hold on.
To clarify, the access that we're referring to is to this commercial property. It's an existing connection already that's here. So these are connected, and we're looking for that to stay.
There's no real clarification on
Well,
here of what
okay.
you're talking about.
Well, that is.
That can put us
is-
in jeopardy.
Well, no, when we work with the applicant to finalize that actual document, it's going to specifically reference this access point here. Sorry for the confusion.
There's just too much that is willy-nilly in this.
Oh, okay. Well, we're at time, but let me ask you something. Were you there last Thursday at the library?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And I had asked for this to be updated.
So Mr. Martin is here, and he will be talking about some concerns, and he'll be also answering
I had asked
questions.
for this to be updated. I raised my hand, I stood up, and I said, please put the legend on it. And yes, we will. Hasn't been. And I searched through my whole book.
I'm sure you did. All right.
So it just seems like there's just too much of this where you can look at one document and then you see another document down the line and then you see another document and you don't know which one you're really looking at. I don't even see dates on some of this. You just put.
I know, sir.
It's not good.
All right.
And I think what I'd like to see is one complete proposal in one bulk where we can really see what we're really talking about.
Okay,
There's
we will bring that up to him at the public hearing, which we'll still have, believe it or not. So you can talk again.
I can go more.
Not now,
Oh.
but
Yeah, my hopes are.
no, when we do the public hearing, we'll be doing the public hearing. I'm just trying to get through the citizen comment period because we thought we were doing the right thing, but
And I agree we need
Nope.
to do something.
nope, next. Hi, ma'am. Good evening again.
Hello, Susan Utley, 7352 West Imperial Drive in Franklin. I want to start just with a comment or maybe a recommendation to all of you that applies to everything I've heard tonight, which is to try to diffuse some of the situation that I've heard. It is not your responsibility or your right or your role to pit one neighbor against another or to sacrifice one neighborhood for the benefit of another neighborhood. Okay, I'm not coming to talk about what I want or what I don't want. It's just putting out a reminder of that. You have very, very serious decisions to make, and it's important for you to remember that all of the citizens deserve equal respect, concern, and decision-making. As one woman pointed out, her property values perhaps have declined because of decisions that are being made. I want you to remember that with each decision you're making. Please do not sacrifice one neighborhood for the benefit of another. However, my comment tonight, in addition to that reminder, has to do with the development here on 76th and Rawson, and in particular how it relates to traffic. And one of the amendments was to have an additional traffic light where Harry's, or maybe where the neighborhood right in front of it comes out. And I would like to know whether the commission or the city or the developer has looked at or would look at the possibility of putting a roundabout there instead of a traffic light, if that, might mitigate some of the traffic issues. If it's been addressed, that's great. I'd like to know. If it has not been addressed, I would like to ask that it be looked at, if it can be looked at, and see whether that would be an alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, seeing nobody else, close citizen comment period. Thank you for being patient, everybody. Now let's go back to discussion on this E. Edward number 1. Latest rendering, sir?
Sorry, which item are we?
E. Edward number 1.
One. I had up.
So, first we'll go with Mr. Leone, then Alderwoman Day, and Alderman Salus.
Thank you, Mayor. With deference to Commissioner Haley's experience and knowledge on these topics. Earlier with E1, he asked kind of a hypothetical or a theoretical question about why now, right? That this road would go through and stuff to do with truth. The reality is the applicant got approval, got the funding to do this nearly a year ago. So there wasn't an opportunity to do this project before. And also it's based on projections for growth in the city. So that's why it was appropriate now to put the proposal in front of us that has had many changes since this first came to us and since some of the first public meetings that the board had at the district offices and at the high school. So there was not a real opportunity to do it prior to within the past several months when we've started this process on the NRSE, and now we're talking site plan. More generally speaking, so I'm a Franklin resident by choice. I've lived here about 12 and a half years, so with the mayor living here his whole life, I think that's a little bit less.
49 years.
And certainly less than Ms. Mills, yeah, you and me both.
57, sorry.
Ms. Mills lives within a few homes of mine. Literally, I looked it up on my phone, a 2-minute walk. I walk with my kids every day, as Dr. Zumstein in the back can attest, as he sees my kids walking by singing as loudly as they can. But in the 12 and a half years that I've been here, the purchase price of my home as compared to the median expected value has increased by greater than 2 times, nearly 2.5 times. So the decisions that in most cases go through council, not this body, right? We generally make recommendations. There are some that we have the authority on, right? But the decisions of this body and council and the elected officials that change, and some stay the same. In the short time that I've lived here, have benefited the values of homes. It's made Franklin an attractive place to be. That's why developers are coming in here and proposing not only what the applicant, we're talking E1, but other applicants that'll be here tonight, and we'll talk about at more length. But this body is taking very seriously our responsibility, which the underlying theme of Plan Commission is whether or not a proposal, when it needs an approval, is the best use of land and how it impacts neighbors. And that is something that in the 7 years or so that I've sat up here, that every member has taken seriously. And we've had a lot of conversation in how to find the best answers for every party involved. So I personally take that responsibility seriously, and I trust that everyone up here does as well, whether or not we agree on the subject. So, you know, consider that we are listening, right? We listen very carefully, and we look for good solutions for everyone. And oftentimes, in my experience, a lot of the concerns are what's anticipated from the change, an anticipated change in traffic, an anticipated change in light and noise, right? Frequently, there are some exceptions that Ms. Gint speaks about regularly, but frequently, they are not to the extent, if at all, that is anticipated from them. So I do believe this site plan is the result of a lot of good faith effort by not just the board and their consultants, but by our own planning staff, by the entire city staff to address the concerns of neighbors to the best of their ability, and that this is the best possible site plan that they can come up with, and that's why I made the motion to approve. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderman Day, then Alderman Sulis.
Thank you. I just have one question, and it's for the city attorney. I believe the answer is no, but I just want to make sure before we actually formally vote on this. Based on current potential litigation matters that are occurring right now, is there any reason why we should not move forward with approving the site plan at this time and wait for the outcome of that?
I am not aware of the issue regarding the site plan. None was mentioned. Any communication to me from attorneys representing the school district, although I don't believe the city has been served with a complaint yet, so I don't know the content, but.
I mean, from what I'm looking at, from the vote that we just had about the 60-foot easement setback and the Highview Drive access point is approved at this time for emergency traffic only. I don't see anything in there that would preclude us from moving forward tonight with the site plan. So I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't anything that you saw that I was not seeing that would preclude us from moving forward.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Sulis.
Just like, you know, I just want to let you all know that I take the job seriously. One of the things I did download a site plan for more than 20 to 25 schools in the state of Wisconsin. And honestly, this site plan doesn't pass. This probably the worst site plan I seen among the schools I looked at it. Please go visit the site plan or download the site plan of the Homestead High School in Mequon. Go look at Brookfield schools. Go look at Greenfield. Wherever you identify schools with the volume of students we have and see how they pay attention to the site plan. This site plan doesn't even, a vehicle, emergency vehicle will not be able to turn around the building. And in fact, I raised the question with the city engineer. And I asked him, is there like emergency access plan has been submitted to the city? Because I see we develop smaller, much smaller project, and we're being asked to submit emergency access plan to allow, there is a software that simulate an emergency vehicle, a fire truck, to be able to turn around. How can someone tell me that emergency vehicle will be able to go behind this building? It is impossible. The amount of the traffic, I've seen a lot of pictures. Neighbors have been sending me images of the amount of cars right now without even this high view being open. Tremendous amount of activity takes place on that street. Imagine you add, adding the 75 vehicles for the employees might not be as big of a deal, but when you combine that and you add the soccer, the tennis court activities, and the buses, and the kids who make the walk and have their parents meet them up there to pick them up, this neighborhood will face tremendous amount of challenge. We do have a responsibility to protect those neighbors. They do not come that strong with that amount, with force, unless they are hurting. And those neighbors deserve our attention and deserve our protection. And final thought, I'm not trying to depart from the subject. As we're having an issue with the Rock Complex, there is issues there like with noise and stuff like that. What about if we exempt the school from using this sliver of land in the northwest corner for mitigation? If we take their mitigation process and we put it to protect those homes next to the Rock Complex, a few of the speakers spoke about that tonight. Is that a possibility if we let the school use this sliver of land? I don't know how big it is, but let them utilize it whichever way we want and do the mitigation activity on the Rock Complex property to help us mitigate the noise issues. And, the Rock property could use all the trees and all the activities that could be placed on this corner. We don't need it here, we need it there. That would resolve another issue we have in the community. And please make an effort to revisit the site plan. A 20-foot high retaining wall is nothing to start with. This site plan, any project of this caliber must have multiple options, multiple designs here and there. We've seen this version with a minor modification to it, but the core design did not change. With that, I yield. I'm not going to keep talking about, the same issues over and over again. But as the city engineer promised me,
You're just kidding.
no, the city engineer said we will request the emergency access plan. Did you staff has a discussion of that nature?
The applicant will need to submit directly to engineering, and they will conduct a more detailed review than they do prior to these development applications. So that will be part of the process.
I yield.
What?
I'm done.
Mr. City Attorney, then Mr. Leone.
Mr. Fuchs, with regard to what's in the site plan approval resolution, is the access to the east addressed? What is it?
The conditional use that was approved requires that to be emergency access only.
Is that addressed in the site plan?
Let me see if there's a,
It doesn't.
That's why I asked, I didn't see that language, so I just wanted to.
And the design,
Yeah, it is condition number 9.
Okay, thank
As required by the concurrent conditional use permit, then the access to Highview Drive shall be for emergency vehicles only.
Well, in response to Alderwoman Day's question, then yes. That's a subject of litigation.
So then what, Mr. City Attorney, then what are you exactly saying right now that we should or should not vote on? Or are you saying that we can vote on it, which I would strongly suggest yes?
The subject matter goes to the conditional use. Site plan is referencing the conditional use. And that takes you back to the conditional use statute, substantial evidence, facts and information, not merely personal preferences, etc. School district has provided limitations on use with the check-in system, number of employee teachers, etc., and the tennis use. And that comes down to based on substantial evidence versus speculation. And city's decision to approve or deny the permit must be supported by substantial evidence. So that's one of the issues that I understand is in litigation. It's what was communicated to me as the primary issue. Limit access to only emergency vehicles is speculative at best.
So,
And that's why I suggested this be done in closed session.
okay, that's all well and good, but going back to my first question is we have a first and a second on the motion. Can the motion be voted on tonight? Don't reread everything. It's yes or no, Counselor.
You've been advised in the premises, you vote on it, then you're into the issue of emergency access only. You can move to amend the motion to allow for secured entry, to allow as requested by the school district, that changes it. Well, that's the answer to your question.
Kind of. Mr. Martinez?
So what we have tonight is the site plan and the access to Highview Drive. It's the conditional use that is not in this agenda tonight. So if the site plan is approved, then that condition of the special use will remain. And if that is requested to be amended, then we'll need to follow the process for conditional use, public hearing before the Plan Commission, and then Common Council decision, because the Plan Commission cannot amend the conditional use. It's the council authority.
Alderwoman Day. Right.
Okay. So the question before us tonight, the site plan that we're voting on, is that with the conditions that the Common Council voted on for the emergency access only for Highview Drive, as well as now the 60-foot congruent, average 60-foot congruent setback that NRSE and the easement match is what we're voting on.
Correct, with the conditions in the resolution, yes.
Okay. So my question was, with that being the case, is it prudent to vote it through as that stands now, given that there might be potential litigation, or is it more prudent to table it until said litigation has been completed? To me, the way that it's presented here and represented up there is fine to move forward, but I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to cause any sort of confusion or make it be misconstrued that if we vote the site plan through, that somehow nullifies the condition of Highview Drive.
Well, my question to Mr. Martinez is, this vote, this motion that we have a first and a second on, does it not specifically state that it's emergency access only at this point from Highview?
No, it says that
Condition
it's
number 9
subject to the
reiterates
conditional
that.
use, and the conditional use impose that condition, and that's the restriction of the emergency
It was
access.
a point of clarification. That's fine.
And with the site plan, the plan commission cannot change that condition, because that needs to follow the conditional use process.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Leon?
I don't know. I thought staff between plan and the city attorney had answered my questions, but just wanted to clarify, we are actually talking about condition 10 in here, right? Not 9?
Number 9, yes, number 9. On the site plan amendment resolution.
Okay. I don't know if I have an old version.
Yeah, it's traffic impact analysis.
Okay, I'm a little thrown off here, but I don't have a way right now to clearly pose a question. I guess, I didn't think that that should be a conditional use to begin with. I think it should have been allowed access through, as initially proposed by the district. They did make concessions to just have staff parking back there. I wouldn't have restricted it to emergency use only. But that's in there now, and then we don't have the authority as Plan Commission to change that condition. So I'm at a loss on how to move forward, because I'd like to have it that what the applicant proposed goes through, but I don't think we can based on what the city planner is telling us, and I think the city attorney did as well. So I yield. I see the city attorney has comments.
Mr. City Attorney?
Mr. Martinez, I'm looking at the draft resolution approving a site plan amendment in the agenda packet. Condition number 9 is the development shall comply with all recommendations of the traffic impact analysis.
I'm not sure I have it up, what's posted to the website, the 10-9 packet with the resolution, and condition number 9 is related to the conditional use resolution.
I'm not seeing it in the packet in the conditions.
I think it's a different
It
document.
says draft 10-2-25, resolution approving a site plan amendment. Do I have the?
The high school or
That's the wrong one. Okay.
Okay, stand by.
Never mind.
Never mind.
Mr. City Attorney, you still have the floor.
Potential to amend that condition to, in reference to conditional use approval by the council to add something akin to as may be amended by the council.
Would it make a difference if that condition was struck? It's just it's a reference to the conditional use approval is still there. That condition is still part of it. I don't think it necessarily would have to be part of the site plan as well. If
You're the planner in terms of what.
Okay, what's your suggestion, Mr. Fuchs, as we're gonna go with it?
I mean, I think it could be struck from if that would make the plan commission more comfortable to strike that conditional use is
I think
still
so.
in place. So I think you could just strike that condition. And it
Strike
still
which
is what it
condition
is.
for the record?
Number 9.
So would you, okay, Mr. Leon, then Alderwoman Day.
Thank you, Mayor. So I got clarification that I was looking for. Condition 9 talks about lighting and the emergency vehicle access only. So I would think that we should amend
Yes.
condition 9 to drop the portion that says, and the Highview Drive access shall be for emergency vehicles only.
And
So
keep the lighting in there.
keep the lighting in there.
Absolutely.
That's, I would be, I made the motion, I would be amenable to dropping everything after school-sponsored activities or tournaments. Just put a period there.
Alderwoman Day?
No, that's not my second. I rescind my second.
So you rescind your second. And so he's got it amended first. Do we have a second on the amended first? We have no second on the amended first. Do you have an amended first, Alderwoman Day?
I would
You don't
make,
have to, I'm just wondering if you do.
I would make the motion to approve the site plan as written in this resolution, which contains the provisions from the conditional use.
Question.
Okay, that's your first. Will Mr. Leon?
So I might be willing to make the second, but I do want to ask the applicant specifically if they are amenable to condition 9 remaining with the emergency vehicle access only.
And if somebody could answer that on record up here behind the microphone. What? That's how it has to be. It has to be an answered up there. Well, maybe, who knows? Oh,
The school district has asked me to speak on this topic.
if you state your name and the school district story.
Stephen Nelson, Von Briesen and Roper. There has been a lawsuit filed. There are two main issues in it. One is this access being only emergency, and we're going to have a court declare that under your rules, you can't force that on us. In fact, it's gone beyond what you're able to do. So they can order any type of access that they want, and we're going to ask for full access. Second, on the 60-foot, that's part of the lawsuit. We're going to talk. We may amend that out now, so that then we're just down to one topic. If you don't feel comfortable approving our site plan, it's going to further delay. Delay is going to cost a lot of money. We're going to get in the ground a lot later. So if you can't come to, if you approve it as is now, we still got a lawsuit. If you had taken out what you were recommending, I'm not saying it would go away, but it's more likely. Or you could amend and say, we're going to approve the site plan for everything except what's at issue, which is this access. And then we can deal with that either in court or we can negotiate. Either way, that's an option. But the more we delay on our site plan, the more it's going to cost everybody. And then what's going to happen is we only have so much money to build what we've planned. And as this goes on and delay goes on, we're going to have to do less with our buildings or whatever. So that's the problem here. We'd like to work with you. We had to do, as you know, bring this lawsuit because we ran out of time. We would have lost our rights. But the school district continues to be willing to work with you.
Thank you, Counsel.
Yep.
Mr. Leone, I think
I have the
you
floor.
got
Thank
something
you.
here.
Yeah, thank you to the applicant for that. So as the motion was made by the Alderwoman, I would not second, but I would oppose. Not because there's pending litigation, but because of the premise of what the district's attorney just laid out. This is their property. They understand what's best for access to that property, not only for emergency access, which will be addressed as a part of the normal process that they've just agreed to work with staff on, and ultimately how it fits into their greater site plan for parking for staff. I think it makes sense to do what I proposed earlier, the failed motion, for the property and for the community as a whole. So if Alderwoman Day's motion moves forward, I would ask to call the roll on it.
So Alderwoman Day, would you be amenable to pulling that one component out of your motion? And then your motion would encompass everything except that access on Highview.
I will amend my motion to approve the site plan to move forward, carving out all references to Highview Drive at this time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinez, you had your hand up?
No, just
Go ahead.
confirming the motion.
All right, Mr. Leone, do you second that?
Based on what I heard from the applicant, that they would work with staff to work through concerns to do with Highview.
Okay.
I still want to hear from the applicant on this, because it's their property and their application.
Okay.
They can work with the staff, but it's up to the council authority. to-
Ultimately, staff's going to advise the council, right? So the decision will go to council.
Mr. Fuchs?
I was just looking for clarification if that motion is just striking that portion of condition number 9, or if there's more
All references, right?
to it
Everything else is
than-
fine except that one carve out for number 9. Everything else was acceptable.
Okay,
It's not what,
so it is,
that's wherever Highview shows up.
But I'll suggest to amend that because, for example, condition number 5 says that the final design of the turnaround adjacent to Highview Drive shall be reviewed by engineering. And that's like the detailed review. So I will remove in that condition number 5 too. So,
again,
so
just
I prefer like more specific motion.
just for
Yes, Jim.
clarification as well, I know stepping back to discussing striking condition number 9 and the lighting requirement, that is part of the conditional use as well. So
The
again,
lighting was staying in.
but again, that lighting is part of that conditional use. So no matter what, if you strike that condition, those lighting parameters are still in place per the
Yes,
conditional
they
use
need to be
permit. So
still
you
in place.
could, again, just strike condition number 9.
And just say striking condition number 9, opposed to going into mentioning a carve out for anything that mentions the word Highview.
Correct. If you strike condition number 9, the conditional use is still in place. You're moving forward with the site plan as presented.
But I guess the fear or concern that I share with Commissioner Leone and Alderwoman Day is that that lighting component remains. So if you're telling me
It
that the
does
lighting
remain.
component remains, then I think that's important component to where we are now with this.
That is why I wanted to clarify, because
Thank
it
you.
does remain.
So now, well, hold on a second, Andy. So before we go to Mr. Cromie, we'll consider the re-verbiage on that. Mr. Cromie.
Yep, Andy Cromie, Franklin Public Schools, 8255 West Forest Hill. The site plan does not change whether it is emergency access or whether it is full access, so I just want to be crystal clear on that. The road is stubbed at Highview. The road will go up there exactly as it is, regardless of what is decided today on emergency access or non-emergency access. So I really want to make that clear, and approving the site plan today allows us to start the construction, like actually start the construction process of
double in.
actually building. And then we solve the Highview Road process, working through the legal process or with the city, however that shakes itself out. So I want to be like crystal clear in that approving tonight the site plan looks like that regardless of even how the end shows up on Highview. And is very crucial for us to get that shovel in the ground to start the process of building the building up.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, let's go back. Who made the first initially? Okay,
On this one.
this is a lot of shell games, so who,
So based,
Mr. Leone?
based on the conversation on the motion, I second.
Well, we have to have an amended first, if you need to go back to your first.
She did amend it, didn't she?
No, she didn't. She said that the amended motion should be simply to delete item number 9.
Okay.
And that was what we just talked about, deleting item number 9, still keeps the lighting restrictions in there, pulls off Highview, and yes, it does, pulls off Highview, but allows everything else to go and continue and construction to start. Pulling off number 9. Mr. City Attorney.
Number 9 is included in the conditional use. That stays there. It's the subject of litigation. As Planner Fuchs said, it's already in the conditional use. It does not have to be in this site plan. So motion should be to move to adopt the resolution with the deletion of condition number 9 and the renumbering of conditions thereafter.
So the bottom line is removing condition number 9.
Correct. Stays in place, no matter what, and it's a separate item. We have
Madam Director of Administration, you got the floor.
But yes,
Well, you got the floor.
it's a redundancy essentially, and it'll be a, what the word is, it will be a hampering to us to move forward and come to an agreement with the school and, I know.
Alderwoman Day.
Yes. So to make it crystal clear,
Yes.
the motion is to approve the site plan with the striking of number 9, as this is a part of the conditional use permit and must be adhered to regardless of this right here.
Is it too many words?
I would recommend just simply the motion as recommended by staff with the deletion of condition number 9.
And leave it, leave the removal.
That's all that's
I
required.
understand where everybody here is coming from, but I want to make this as clear as possible to all the residents that left, that just because this is coming out doesn't mean that all of a sudden every person and their brother can come through that road when they build it, that there is still a process in place to determine how that road is being used. So I'm trying to delineate that, whether that's a part of the motion or not, but I want that to be crystal clear that that has not
Right.
been determined yet. So if we take it out of here, it doesn't mean that that condition vanishes,
still
just because it's not
unresolved.
in the site plan.
But to
And
your
just
point-
because there's a road cut in there doesn't mean that it's allowing full access. The road is there for, no matter what the end result is, that road is going in.
Well, it's an unresolved issue, Mr. City Attorney.
It states what you want it to state in the conditional use. It's a subject of the litigation. Delete number 9 in its entirety. If you do not, site plan will be part of the litigation.
So this way, Mr. City Attorney, the only thing to be litigated or still is remaining out there is the access from Highview.
Well, school
Yes.
district people are nodding their head yes.
Or are they nodding off? Okay, so now, Alderwoman, what is your motion that is stated by staff? Mr. Fuchs, again,
Motion is stated by the city attorney.
motion is stated by the city attorney.
Second.
First and a second, this shall be a roll call vote, please, Mr. Martinez, starting with Mr. Schogel this time.
Commissioner Shago.
Aye.
Commissioner Haley.
No.
Alderman Salus.
No.
Alderwoman Day.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Motion carries.
3 ayes, 2 noes. Do I have to vote to be the fourth? Presiding officer votes aye
Vote to affect
in the
the
affirmative.
result.
Vote to affect the result. Okay, everybody's clear on that.
Thank you all.
All right, going back to regular order, C. Charles, number 3, Pos General Plan Development District Major Amendment. Request to amend section 15-3.0447 of the UDO Plan Development Ordinance, Plan Development District number 42 to amend uses, density, development standards, exhibits, and conditions of approval for properties located at approximately 7154 South 76th Street. Tax key number is 756-9993-021, 756-9993-016, and 756-9993-012. Mr. Fuchs.
The applicant is proposing changes to PD number 42, as
Make
well
the
as,
note that Mr. Leone is exiting at 9:19 PM.
as well as the site plan. The staff report does go into those changes specifically. Some of those highlights are they are reducing the number of units to a maximum of 310 dwelling units. The building heights are being reduced for the buildings. There's the one larger three-story building. The buildings in gray here are two-story buildings. The applicants also increased the setback from the residential properties to the east. And they've also added 25,000 additional square feet of commercial space, so increasing it from 25 to 50,000 square feet. The applicant did provide recently a revised landscape plan and compensation plan for their woodland impacts. Staff had a chance to take a brief look at it, not a full review, but it looks like it will meet the compensation requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. There is a condition that they would submit a site plan application to staff for review of that. The applicant is also requesting there is a condition to comply with Table 15-5-10's Parent B, which goes through the building materials that are required.
9:21 PM, Mr. Leone has returned.
The different percentages, the applicant is requesting that that condition be removed and the architecture be proposed as presented this evening. So with that, staff is recommending approval. Like I said, the applicant is here and I believe has a presentation.
So what we'll do is we'll ask the applicant to come up and present after the hearing. And we're going to open for discussion. And I know there's questions that I know he can answer because there's a few citizen comments that were put out there that need to be addressed. So if you want to read the public hearing notice, please.
Notice of public hearing, City of Franklin Plan Commission, Thursday, October 9, 2025 at 6 p.m. at the Common Council Chambers, Franklin City Hall, 99229 West Loomis Road. Applicant Emily Sheldini, Land by Label LLC, property approximately 7154 South 76th Street. And the proposal is an ordinance to amend section 15.3.0447 of the Unified Development Ordinance, UDO, Plan Development District number 42, PUF General, to allow for changes to allowed uses, a reduction in density, and other site and building modifications. This public hearing is being held pursuant to the requirements of Wisconsin statutes 6223(7)(d)(2) and section 1510(06)(f) of the Unified Development Ordinance, and that of the affected property, all application materials and proposed ordinance are available at the Department of City Development. The public is invited to attend the public hearing and to provide input. The proposed ordinance is subject to revisions following public hearing and the further consideration by the Plan Commission and the Common Council.
Thank you. It's 9:22 PM, just turned 9:23. Public hearing is now open. Anybody wishing to speak on this item and this item alone, please approach the microphone, state your name and address for the record, and you've got 3 minutes, and I am the timekeeper.
Linda Mathwick, 7321 Brundrime. Tonight I heard several times, over a dozen times, that there needs to be substantial evidence required that there's no adverse impact. I would like the burden of proof to go on Land by Label to prove that their development will not diminish the value of properties, that there will not be traffic issues, because this not only affects Ward 19 in District 5, but again, as I had mentioned, it's District 2, Ward 7, and District 6, Ward 20. Just as the rock invaded the area, not only up on 76 in Rawson, but it has affected the whole community surrounding it. And the same for this development is going to affect the whole community around it, and I would just like you to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Dana Gint, 9011 West Hawthorne Lane. I'm here to discuss the conditions of approval for this project. I understand there's a discussion about development standards and conditions of this approval. Something that needs to be considered, I see that they're adding outdoor dining. This was something that I brought up during the UDO discussion, that there should be some sort of analysis done of any outdoor dining that involves music or outdoor performances. There should be something written in the conditions of approval that all adverse impacts are required to be mitigated, and that substantial evidence is shown how that's going to be addressed. In the agenda packet, it talks about a lighting plan. I would think that by now you guys would learn your lesson that there should be some sort of noise mitigation plan specifically required on any development that's proposing outdoor live entertainment. If you attended the library, I know there was several people that attended the library meeting. The example for the commercial space was the, I think, Big Grove Brewery, which has live music twice a week. Obviously, this creates noise that could potentially carry on to surrounding districts, and this needs to be addressed at this venue right now, because otherwise it's going to carry on and be a problem like the Rock. There's 3 members of the Planning Commission that were involved in the approval of the Rock. There were no site plans that included any detail about the sound systems. So when a commissioner mentions that there's extensive due diligence to protect neighbors, I find that offensive, because there was not one drawing that you guys reviewed to review the impact on the surrounding neighbors from the noise of the Rock. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Yes, release her. Okay, seeing no one else approach, 9:26, we will close the public hearing, and we'll go to, in fact, if we could please have Mr. Martin come up here. Emily, if you want to too, we want to make sure you're here. I have some questions that I'm hoping you can answer. Two-part. First, I'll ask you, Mr. Martin and Emily, if you could please just state your name and business address for the record, please.
Ian.
Go ahead.
Ian Martin, Land by Label, 638 Milwaukee Street, Delafield, Wisconsin, 53018.
Emily Cialdini, 638 Milwaukee Street, Delafield, Wisconsin, 53018.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for being patient. So you've heard citizens comment on some things that I know, most of which you covered last Thursday, but I'm going to ask you when we get down to this that you revisit those questions, because there's some concerns that I know were discussed with water and drainage, and the problems that the neighbors are experiencing now is an issue. And even though I know you explained it, how it will be better, and I know there's also a process of the city having to sign off on a whole number of things as this project proceeds, because that is a big deal with any drainage issues. Absolutely agree. So that's got to be dealt with, and please, maybe as we go, we can address that. Addressing other issues such as if there is because there's going to be at least one, probably two restaurants that are going to want to be there. And the last thing we want is to have upset neighbors with noise. Absolutely not. So we have to somehow figure that out and how that would be addressed and how that would be laid down. No drama, no problems, because yes, we are dealing with what we're dealing with at another area. And that has to be a starter. We have to get that done for sure. I would also like, I'm trying to think of, there was some other ones, but there are some other ones that were dealt with. I would vehemently disagree with Linda Mathwig and her statement that more people are against this after your meeting Thursday. That's not what I saw at the end of it, where people were coming up, including the former mayor, Tom Taylor, voicing his support. The gentleman that just left before, the Eli, there was all these other people that were, not happy with it, were standing in line, thanking you for your presentation, talking about their support. They liked the things that you made changes to. And if that's a brief point to reiterate, those changes from what you listened to from the neighbors is vitally important. That when someone says that nobody's listening to them, that is not true. These changes that you already approved to do, and I'm hoping you're going to talk on that, and what you were approved to do, and what, after you listen to the neighbors, what now you're doing, which is what they want. They have asked for these things, and you've provided those things to a very reasonable conclusion. So with that, I will yield, and if you'd like to go through your...
Chair,
Thank you.
is there a clicker?
Mm-hmm.
So thanks for having me. I think it's been a while since this project was before you all, so I promise I'm not going to do a full, thorough walk down memory lane, but I do want to start a little bit by just saying, where did we leave off, I guess. And so, again, just so everybody knows, this is the property we're talking about that we're referring to as Post General. It's the Orchard View Shopping Center. This is where we left off. So in December of 2023, this was the plan that was approved. 426 units, 3 to 4 story construction. We had a hotel, a music pavilion, a food truck court, and we had a little bit less than 20,000 square feet and the Ace Hardware. That plan was the result. We had a number of neighborhood meetings leading into that, 3 or 4 of them, number of public meetings, and so this is what was approved. So what I'll talk about is all the changes we've made since then. So the nature of those changes come from a couple of sources. Even though we were approved, we continued to hear from residents about things they didn't like about the plan. We also continued our discussions with the city, the staff, various elected officials, and learned from them things they didn't like about the plans. And so the changes we're going to show you are maybe not, don't address every single concern we heard, but we did address what we consider to be the most important ones. So here's the current concept. We have 304 units, one 3-story building, which is Building A that sits in the middle of the site. And then everything else is what we call a stacked flat. That's just it's a 2-story building. It's like a big house. And so all the buildings that are around the perimeter have now gone from the 3.5 to 4-story buildings to 2-story buildings.
That's big.
One of the comments we heard, including back in July when we were having the TIF discussion with the city and the council was, and this was echoed by some of the residents really going all the way back to the beginning of the project, was we'd like to see more commercial property. So we've increased, I think the staff covered it, the commercial property. We'll talk about that. The Ace Hardware remains on the plan. We didn't note it here. We'll get into it in a bit. The setbacks have been increased as well. One quick note. Somebody commented about which version of the plan are we on? Which one are we looking at? So if you go on our website, and it's up here, we have the latest and greatest plans for everything we're doing, including the landscape plans are posted on there. We had a neighborhood meeting last week. coming out of that meeting, there was a couple of additional pieces of information that folks asked us to put on our website, and so we've done that. Go ahead, Mayor.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were pointing at me.
my bad. Here, I'll put my pen over.
Okay, thank you. So, and I think the fact that the plans are being tweaked is truly meant to be responsive to some of the things we're hearing. So, for example, one of the comments we got in the neighborhood meeting was, why is the pool so close to kind of our Main Street concept and some of the commercial property? You can see this plan is our next version of that, where we have pushed the pool more towards the interior of the site and created more open space, public space facing the commercial to the west. So one of the things that we heard was we'd like more landscaping. And so the staff talked about the need from a code-based additional landscaping standpoint, but we also heard that from some of the neighbors. And so what you see in this plan is the additional landscaping that we've added. So Emily, you correct me if I'm wrong, I think the blue, all the landscaping in blue here represents new material we've added since our original submittal. A lot of that material you can see has been added around the perimeter of the property. And again, that's in the spirit of trying to be responsive to some of the neighbors. The material that's in the blue is not canopy trees. Those are all evergreen type trees, so arborvitae, that sort of thing. Things that are dense all year round that aren't, a canopy tree that loses its leaves. That's all meant to address the concern of view corridors and privacy for the residents. One of the comments was, would you consider building a big fence around the entire perimeter of the property? My answer at the neighborhood meeting, and this remains my position now, is no, I'd prefer not to. I think the amount of landscaping we've added here is substantial enough that it achieves the purpose of shielding the nearby residents. And I'll talk about some of the setback increases we made since the existing approval. Getting into just a sense of the architecture here, this is Building A, the 3-story building, the only one we have on site, 3 stories with underground parking. So I know we didn't put that picture up here, but this building has all the parking underground. A woman asked about the parking counts. So if you go, and this is including the staff materials, but it's also on the site plan that's on our website. You can see what the total parking counts are. They are compliant with the code, and they are, in fact, I think they're a little bit higher than the code would allow. The reason we have a little more parking is just an operational consideration. So as the lady said, it is totally right to look at it and say, what is your unit mix? How many types of studios? Do you have 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms? They all come with a different parking pressure. So when we look at this project, we're at over a 1:6 per unit ratio. And that's, from an operational standpoint, that's more than enough to avoid parking problems. What you see in this picture is this building will house our amenity center. We have full-time leasing and maintenance, so those offices will be in here. We have a club room, fitness center. All of that will be located in this area. This is an image of the patio that's joining the clubhouse, grilling stations, sit next the swimming pool on the other side of it. And then I mentioned the stack flats. These are the 2-story buildings. Each of the units in a stack flat building, and they have about 21 or 25 units per building. Each unit has its own front door. So rather than a 3-story building where you walk in a hallway and you've got units on both sides of a corridor, in this particular building type, you walk up, you have your own front door to your unit. These buildings also have attached garages to them. So You pull into the garage stall just like you would at your house. You open a door, and you, generally our floor plans are you enter into the kitchen or a drop zone type area. Okay, so increased commercial space. Again, this was an important talking point or consideration for both residents in the cities and the city. And so we sort of rearranged things. What you see on this site plan, please know, is just a sample of what kind of buildings could be built here. As the staff said, we've asked to be able to build up to 50,000 square feet, which is more than double what we originally had on this. I think the other thing I'd like to point out on it is it's more functional commercial space than we had on some of the prior plans. So if you go back to those December approvals, we had about 8,000 square feet that were integrated into 2 of the 3- and 4-story buildings. That space is a little bit challenging, especially if you want food and beverage to go in there, and it's just a tactical issue, right? So if you have a kitchen hood in a restaurant, how you vent that out of a building when it sits below residential units can be a pretty tricky thing. You can solve it. People do it all the time, right? But it gets very, very expensive to do it. And having done that before, I can tell you that you're never able to totally eliminate the cooking odors when you have that condition. So what we've done here is pull that commercial use out of the buildings, increase the amount of it, and what you see in this blue overlay is just a general area that could be purposed for 50,000 square feet of retail. It may look a little, the boxes may end up looking a little bit different to this, but it's more versatile commercial space that can accommodate more square footage. One thing I do want to mention is the, okay, so if you look just to the west of the pool, there's a 4,000 to 4,200 square foot. Thank you. Yeah, this one right here. So that's about 4,200 square feet. We're going to build that at the same time we build the apartments, and that's a condition within the development agreement that we're working on finalizing with the staff. That was, I think the timing is a big part of the discussion we had in January about when we're going to build the commercial. There's a whole number of obligations about what happens if contained in that approval and in the development agreement. But one of the important points I want to note is we will be building that at the same time as the apartments. And if we have interest, one of the other obligations is we have to start marketing the commercial space within 60 days of the final approval. So it's entirely possible that while I say we're going to build the 4,000 square foot building, if we have tenant interest with good users that we like, there's no, we are not incentivized to delay. In fact, we're incentivized to build it as quick as we can. This is an image of what that 4,000 square foot building that we're going to build with the apartments looks like. In this case, because we're going to own both the multifamily and this commercial building and perhaps others, it's pretty easy for us to control the architecture on it. Again, a lot of the same architectural style as the multifamily buildings, but just purpose to be, you know, a functional restaurant space. We have continued conversations with a number of food and beverage people that are interested in it. We won't finalize those deals until we're all the way through the process with the city. But as soon as that's done, I expect that part of it to move pretty quick. There's several comments about sound, and I'm going to talk only about the sound related to this project. And this came up, Ms. Gemp mentioned it in the neighborhood meeting last week. And so what I agreed to in that meeting was that I would put a provision in the development agreement that gets recorded on title for the benefit of the city that says we will have no outdoor music after 10 p.m. So that's what we've agreed to. I don't know what there's obviously, we have to comply with law, right? So there's an overarching sort of compliance with nuisance law and all that stuff that goes without saying. But in addition to that, we're going to include a provision in the development agreement. So I think just one more note on that. If we want to have good food and beverage operators, you'd be hard pressed to find one that doesn't want the ability to have some outdoor music. And so I think it's important that we keep that as an option for it, even if we agree to a reasonable hour limitation on when it has to stop. So here's an example of the variety of the types of retail buildings that could be accommodated on the site. Ms. Gint rightfully identified and remembered, she takes good notes, Big Grove Brewing. This is in Cedar Falls, Iowa. And you can see it's a microbrewery. It has food. It has an outdoor area. And she's right. They have music a couple nights a week. I have no idea what the hours are that they comply with or don't comply with, I suppose. But I'm just showing it here as an example of the type of building that this site can now accommodate. So just to summarize the plan comparison here, we have about 130 fewer units. We have smaller buildings with 2-story on all the edges. I should go back and talk a little bit more about the site plan. You can see the dimensions that we've identified here that show distance from building to building. You can also see what the current approval requires, which is a 30-foot setback. In most cases, you can see the distances from structures are substantially greater than that 30 feet. In most cases, we're well outside of it.
Could you throw some numbers out there, please? Because I can't see them, because that's one of my
Sorry.
points that I want to address.
So on the east side of the,
This information.
yeah, so on the east side of the, call it the northeast side of the property, the distance between the single-family home and the nearest apartment building B is 200 feet. Moving south, 160 feet, 230 feet, 190 feet, 152 feet. The dimensions down here are smaller. I don't know, are they on the landscape plan maybe? I think they're 85 feet. Again, it's on our website. I'd be happy to email it to everybody, take a look at it. But it's about 85 feet on the south side. These darker buildings here, I should have noted, these are garages. One of the questions that came up at the neighborhood meeting last week is to confirm that those are fully enclosed structures, not carports, and that's true. These are fully enclosed structures with 4-sided architecture. So more, I think it's better commercial space. We've eliminated the hotel, band shell, food truck court. I talked about the music limitation. One of the other comments we heard was, well, it looks like there's less green space on the current plan than the prior one. That's true, but it's a very modest difference. So in the prior plan, we had 10.3 acres of green space. In this one, it's 10.03 acres. So a pretty modest reduction. The reason for that's pretty straightforward. The second you go from taller buildings that have more units into it to smaller buildings, your density goes down, and so you do lose a little bit of area. But I was pleased we were able to stay generally as close as the existing approval. So another question is just what's the schedule? Totally fair question, given how long we've been at this. So the strategy is to start the demo next month. The vertical construction on the apartments and the first 4,000 square feet of retail is spring of next year. And then we expect it all to be done by summer of 2028. It's about a 2-year construction period, give or take a couple months. So a couple of questions. So One of them was drainage, drainage issues. So the legal obligations on drainage are we can't discharge more water off our site at a faster rate than under the current condition. So in other words, the storm water that goes off the site today will not be worse when we're done building it than it is today. I understand that there's some people that may have water problems. I don't know that for sure, but I see Linda Mathwig has circulated a letter with some pictures about standing water. There could be all kinds of reasons for that standing water. All I can say is we're not causing it, and by law, we can't make it worse. There's a series of approvals we have to go through with that. Those approvals involve the city and the engineering staff. So I think that was one of the questions. Eli, who was here earlier, and maybe he's left now, he asked us to relocate the dog park because it was in closer to his house. So we've agreed to do that. So we'll pull the dog park further off the property line. There was a question about cross-access easement. I think the staff covered that, so I won't, unless there's questions, I won't carry on that. The traffic issues. So we've done a traffic impact analysis. When we changed the plan, we had to update that traffic impact analysis. All that information is available on our website, including the addendum. A couple of important things I think to note about that traffic impact analysis gets reviewed because the county, these are some of the, Rawson's a county road, the county also has to review it and approve it. So there's multiple layers of approval on it. That traffic impact study makes recommendations about the type of traffic improvements that have to be made. We are agreeing to all of those traffic improvements that have to be made. The traffic improvements are based on not just this site and the amount of units and commercial space that's coming off this site, but those traffic studies, when they get scoped, contemplate what kinds of future development may happen. You never know if it's going to happen or not, but again, in a good conservative way to scope out traffic improvements, you consider what they call background traffic or other developments. And so that's what this study does. A lady asked about, I think she was referring to a project that my firm used to be working on called Vitology, which was off of Loomis. And again, not to take everybody down memory lane, but that project we terminated because the DOT denied full movement access. We have no involvement with that site. I have no idea what's going on with that site. Candidly, I was very disappointed that the DOT denied the access, but that's the current status of it. That I know Patrick was very pleased that the DOT denied the access, but
Which I had no impact on.
right, yeah. So in any event, whatever the case may be, we're not working on that project. To my knowledge, nobody is working on it right now. I think those were all the notes I had, questions I had. Maybe just one last thing. So everybody knows what's before us here. It's a PDD amendment and a site plan amendment. This is admittedly a little bit of a unique approval that I've gone through because the existing entitlements are at much higher unit counts, a lot more dense development than what we're currently proposing. However, I think the staff has rightfully said, well, some of the uses are changed. You don't have a hotel anymore. Some of the architecture has changed. So therefore, it's important that you come in for a PDD amendment and a site plan amendment. So those are the two matters that are before the commission. We are in general agreement with the resolutions with a couple of exceptions that the staff has already noted. So on the site plan amendment, there is just some technical cleanup stuff, or I'm sorry, on the site plan amendment, this is where the UDO, since this project was originally approved, is different today, and that triggered some additional architectural requirements. We would like to comply with the prior UDO. The particular point here is on the masonry. So if I go back through the images, we still have a substantial amount of masonry on this building. So you can see in all of these different facades, we still have masonry in these interstitial areas all around the building on all four sides. We have masonry. The building that does not, and you can see another good image of it here, it's these stacked flats that do not have masonry, and that's by design. When we worked with our architect at Still Rinka, we really liked the building that they came up with. One of the attractive elements of this building is that they feel very residential in nature, and so cladding them in a bunch of contemporary masonry, similar to what we did on the three-story building, just seems incongruous to what we're trying to accomplish. So on the site plan amendment, we agree with all the staff's recommendations and what's in the package, but we would like to delete item number 17. On the PDD amendment, we agree with all the staff comments in the resolution, except we would propose that it be approved subject to us working with the staff on a number of what I consider to be clerical issues. So things like tree counts, shrub counts. There's a couple of dates that need to be corrected in the agreement. So relatively minor stuff, at least from my standpoint. The staff could speak for themselves. So again, just to land the plane here, site plan amendment and a PDD amendment, both because we're reducing the development impact on the site. We generally agree with the staff, subject to some clerical cleanups and the architectural issue.
So one of the things that you touched on, and I alluded to, I couldn't have been more direct by stating fear mongering and gross misinformation after Thursday's meeting, is if you're going to go door to door to your neighbors and get them all riled up, what is the reality tonight that you were already approved? Let's just say, for example, this fails miserably tonight. What's your option? What do you already have the option to do? Meaning, you can go back to December and you can go up to 426 apartments.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
You can do
we could-
that. You
we
can
could build a
shorten
plan.
your 100-foot down back to the 30-foot UDO. There's a number of things that, when you only give half the story to neighbors, you get them all riled up. There's a risk here. I believe after the fourth or fifth meeting, which was last Thursday, you've listened to the neighbors. Is everybody going to be happy with everything? No. This is miles and miles ahead of from when we first started. And that's because you made that decision as the owner of Land by Label, as the owner of this property, not a representative, as the owner, to make these changes on behalf of the concerns of the neighbors. You listened to those concerns, you acted on those concerns. And if this was to fail, what the person that goes door to door, hey, come and vote no, I heard that come out, vote no. Well, you vote no, it can get much worse. So there's that reality to what's been already approved to where we are today. And I'll yield for now. Mr. Leone, you want first?
I have comments, but I would yield to any other member. Plan.
All right, Alderman Salus.
Thank you, Ian, for the nice presentation. Just a few items came to my attention, and I like to discuss with you as well. You mentioned about the runoff. I seen a situation where there is tremendous amount of water in the backyards of these homes. And you said we will not make the condition worse, but the reality or the fact that you are disturbing all this site, you're working on it, whether doing buildings, you grading it, you put it, whatever you're doing in there, I'm okay with all of that, but my expectation that the runoff out of this site whether it's your parking, the roofs of the buildings, the green space you have, any runoff comes out of this site as a result of this project, I do expect that to be captured and contained in your retention pond. Is that an accurate statement?
Sort of. So if you go out there today, there's all kinds of impervious surface, there's all kind of roofs that are collecting rainwater, and some of that water, a lot of that water currently flows off this property. Our design will improve upon that, and we won't discharge more water or water faster on adjoining property. You're absolutely right that we have a pretty significant system of on-site stormwater retention. So the main one being this pond, kind of on the northeast part of the site you can see, where we've worked around the wetlands that are there. And then we tie into the city system in 76 and Rawson.
You know, we cannot hold you responsible for source of runoff comes from other than your site, you know, because, you know, by the time you look at the plans there, at the site plan, you to a large degree redoing or disturb the entire site. So I'm just, as long as, you know, you, whatever you disturb, whatever you work on, whatever you pave, whatever you build, as long as you're capturing that, you know, I think that is, you know, that's the expectation. Another item that I want to ask you about, I'm just like, you know, the location of the garbage dumpster. You know, garbage trucks are very noisy, and you have it, of course, I got, you know, some concern from the neighbors about the location of being close to their, you know, property and homes, but also for your own sake, you know, having the garbage truck go all the way through this beautiful development, all the way to the back to pick up the trash and move. It will, to a large degree, it could degrade your streets and your driveways, but also generate a lot of noise, because when they, you know, echo the, you know, there is issues with the garbage truck being, you know, going deep inside the property in there. And if you look about the walking distance, if someone living in a building A, what is the expectation? He's supposed to walk all the way to the back to get rid of the garbage?
Yeah, so just a clarification on that. All of the trash for Building A is accommodated in the underground parking. So Building A has a trash chute and a recycling chute, usually a couple of them on each floor. Those run down to the basement, and they're collected there. Our maintenance staff then rolls them out of the building on trash day, where they get picked up and then taken back in. So all the trash for Building A is contained solely within Building A.
Is there any possibility that we can relocate the trash enclosure closer to the exit rather than being in the heart of the project? I'm just like...
So these are all good questions, and I'll look at it. We'll consider other places for it. But you've already noted one of the challenges that we deal with on every property, which is you kind of need it to be reasonably located for all the different residents that are going to use it. So what the challenge on this particular site, when we got into it, was we don't want to put it on the south portion of the site because we got homeowners there. So you can't put it on that side. So then your only option is, I suppose, to try to squeeze it in somewhere on the north side of the site. The challenge with that was we were going to lose some square footage, some of the commercial square footage, which we were also trying to expand on Building 8. So there was no perfect answer. I'm not saying we've landed on the right one. I'm just saying there was no perfect answer when we looked at it. So what we decided to do then was create an enclosure around, so a solid four-sided enclosure around the trash where it's at now, in the hopes that that would help. In the same way that certainly a garbage truck that comes here and picks up trash may make noise, I think the same is certainly true of all the adjoining property. Like anybody that lives anywhere that has trash service, now in this case it's privately paid for service because it's not public, But whatever the case is, you have garbage trucks come pick up your garbage, and it doesn't matter if I live in a single-family home, a condo, an apartment, that's noisy. So again, I'm going to look at it. I promise you I will. I'll see if we can't come up with a better mousetrap for it. I just want you to be aware of some of the challenges that we're dealing with.
I get that. One other item is, connectivity with the sidewalks. It's just like with the project of this caliper, you do expect a lot of people that like to do the walk. Okay, I want to walk around, I'm just like wondering do you feel like you have enough sidewalks where a person can go around the project? Because I see some sidewalks, I don't know the difference, some of them white, some of them brown. I don't know, is that the same or?
So I think what we're just suggesting, where you see the brown ones sort of on next to the pool, we're thinking that may be a decorative kind of sidewalk material. We haven't decided for sure what that is. All the other connectivity through the site's just a regular sidewalk. So one of the challenges of these two-story stacked flat buildings is you have to be very careful with accessible path for ADA purposes all the way through the site. So that's why when you look at this, you see so many sidewalks that are kind of spider webbing their way through it. The brown ones, the sidewalks that are interior to the site here that kind of go by the pool, we've created a portal through the three-story building to make it a little bit easier for residents that are off to the east to get to the swimming pool and the amenity center. I think those sort of sidewalks and pedestrian connectivity are an opportunity maybe to do something a little different than just a regular sidewalk, but we don't know for sure, but that's kind of the suggestion.
Like between building like D and F, I don't see a sidewalk like where a person can walk through, like there is.
So you're talking about building D and building F? So there's a sidewalk that goes right here. There's this crossing that goes here. And then this is all sidewalk around both these buildings, and then that's the portal.
And there is nothing, for example, to go to the, I believe, to Rasen Avenue. It looks like sidewalk goes for a while, then it stops. Like there is two exits, one of them to the east. I don't see the sidewalk going there at all.
I don't think there's sidewalk. We'll look at it, but I don't think there's sidewalk on this stretch of Rawson. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that's what we were nervous about is if there is, we'll look at creating some pedestrian pathway up to Rawson.
So you'll make that commitment that you'll make that connection to Rawson from your project? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we'll try to do it. I mean, I got to look at the right-of-way dimensions and work with the staff on what the engineering design is and all that. But if we like pedestrian connectivity as much as anybody.
Right.
That's
important.
That's admittedly a little self-serving, but if we need to do better to get better access to Rawson, I'm in favor of it.
And the last comment, then I'll be done. With the commercial building, the 4,000 square foot, is that for sure it's going to be a restaurant? Because in the past it was suggested like a wine shop or, some type of alcohol beverages type of a thing, or is going to be a restaurant? Is there, is the steakhouse a solid deal or not really?
All of the deals are equally unsolid right now, is the honest answer. So we're talking to a steakhouse operator. We're talking to it's a sit-down restaurant, but call it more like a family-friendly kind of concept. The wine bar still has a strong interest in coming here. That's not a full restaurant. We recently got contacted by they have a fancy word for it. To me, it just seems like a tavern. And so there's a discussion about would you pair the tavern and would you demise the building and have, a 2,000 square foot tavern next to a wine bar concept. And then we got contacted by This one makes me a little nervous, but a person that wants to start a coffee shop, they've worked at them, but they don't own one or operate one currently. So long-winded way of saying, there's a lot of different concepts that are out there. You know, which one we settle on is going to depend on a lot of factors, but all of them at this point are all food and beverage focused.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Mr. Leon?
Thank you, Mayor. Just general comment. Thank you, Ms. Martin. I think you've got maybe a later career in consulting and how to present these types of applications, because this was thorough. You were responsive to concerns that were brought up even after being approved in December of 2023. And
Will not touch that.
yeah, it's appreciated. We don't always have that in front of us here. So it's nice to have that. In fact, I've used your presentations as an example to others of how to come before plan and how to have meetings with the public and just be a good partner. So thanks again for that. A question probably to staff, maybe the applicant can answer it, but Ms. Matwig's comments addressed the impact on the homes around there. And I'd like to compare it to Orchard View that's there now. In fact, if you could go back to some of the earlier slides that show the current conditions, right? So that shows some of it right there. Roughly, how many square feet of unoccupied space is there for approximately 20 years for some of it? But do you have an estimate? I
do not.
Okay. So
Over 50,000.
yeah, a lot, right? And then you see the condition of the property. I've heard comments from neighbors and others about trash, right? I've addressed that with Mr. Martin, and he's addressed it as well. So even before this was ever proposed, and the city had been looking for a lot of years to find different partners to go in there, almost anything would be an improvement and would benefit the homes around there. The biggest concern would be traffic, and I'm very directly impacted by that, right? I live, quarter mile away. And this plan seems to the best of any developer's ability, address traffic patterns so that it has the least impact. So I think that this is a good project. This is something that will improve that area, will improve things for all of Franklin, again, as it builds upon some other developments in the area. But one question, and you addressed it kind of already, but with garbage trucks, and they go everywhere, but approximately, what are the hours that garbage trucks would be coming through, and assuming that the frequency is once per week?
Once per week is the right answer on the frequency,
Yep.
and that's true of both the enclosure and the A building. It'll be the same service comes on the same day for both those buildings. In terms of the hours, every time we go hire a group, there's a couple of them, so we competitively bid it. Part of that process is they provide the hours. What I can share with you is the people that live in apartments are no more fond of being woken up too early in the morning than anybody that lives in a single family house when the garbage truck shows up. So when we negotiate those contracts, historically I have said I've had a 7 a.m. absolute floor for pickup. Again, it's a little bit different in every project depending on the contract, but that's the kind of parameters we start with.
And is it generally on a weekday? Because you'd be
Yeah,
least
always a
disruptive.
weekday.
Yeah, always a weekday, so that if somebody's sleeping in on a Saturday morning at 7 a.m., they're not going to be woken up by that. So yeah, again, the impact of garbage trucks in that area would be no more significant than it is in anywhere else. It would be during normal hours for garbage trucks. So thank you. Those are my questions.
Alderwoman Day.
Thank you. And thank you both for coming tonight and sitting through. I know it was a long night for everyone. I want to echo some of what Commissioner Leon and the mayor said. This is sort of like the master class in how you make changes to, still have a product that you can stand behind, but also listening and making the adjustments that you can to try to be a good neighbor and make things work for as many people as possible. It's not going to be perfect for anyone. It's probably not perfect for you anymore. It's not perfect for all the neighbors, but I know a lot of the conversations we had as a council back and forth, you weren't necessarily in on those conversations, but a lot of the things that we went back and forth with, you met our requests, and one of them was the addition of the commercial space, which was something I was really, really passionate about and pounding that we needed to make sure that we had that, because that's, how we're getting our tax base back, and that's what's going to draw people in, not just the people living there, but it's going to draw other people to that area, and hopefully then other parts of that intersection will rise to the occasion as well. So I just want to thank you for all of that, because what we had earlier this evening was the opposite of a master class, so thank you. I only have a couple of questions, and I don't think that this is the most current, so my question might be already answered in the most current one up there. So there's a parking lot here.
You want to bring that, please?
Yeah, go back to.
You want to
yeah,
use the?
Can I use your pointer?
This is the very
Yes,
bright.
the very fancy pointer.
It's
All
bright.
right.
It's bright.
So the parking lot that's right here, on the plan that I have, it looks like the trees that are over there are canopy trees. And because there's parking, and I know there's underground parking and garages associated with a lot of these. And again, I apologize if I don't have the most up-to-date landscape plan. The one I have has them as canopy trees. But is it possible to switch those out to be coniferous trees? Just because with the parking there, I'm thinking of light bleeding through, in the fall and winter when there aren't leaves on those trees.
Yeah, so I think, well, I'm going to let Emily answer because she's a little closer to that than I am.
Sorry, I missed the pointer where you were referencing the parking.
This parking lot here, on the version that I have shows those to be canopy trees.
Yeah.
And I know in some of other developments that we've had, we've sometimes asked when there's parking lots, for it to be, something that doesn't shed all of its leaves for half of the year. So they kind of like losing the effect of having the tree there as a buffer.
So we can probably swap those out. Everything in pink is shown. This is all natural resource protection mitigation plantings. And so I think, Nick Bregolo, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the mitigation requirements are total canopy amount. And so we could replace, or not canopy, I'm sorry, total diameter.
You'll have the area calculation, the 0.75 ratio, and then mitigating for really the 24, as long as you still have the 24 canopy trees within
Yeah.
an easement, then I
So-
think you'd be good to switch those out.
Yeah, okay.
It'll look
So we can,
feasible.
we can swap those out.
Okay. Next question. I'm assuming the dog park is residents only. It's not a city municipal dog park. Okay. And then, well, I'm just, people want their dog parks. And so they hear dog park and all of a sudden you're going to have, Dogapalooza. Then I know when we talked, and this was, I think, a couple of renovations ago with different site plans and different ideas, but when we look at where Harry's is down here, I know one of the concerns initially was for their deliveries coming in, that there might not be enough space for the truck to come in and turn around. Is the plan now for them to come in and then circle to come back out, or do we have enough room for them to turn around and come back out?
Yeah, so if you go back to this one, you can see there's not even a loading dock identified because we hadn't figured it out yet. And we really hadn't figured out how any delivery trucks would move through the site. So now on this plan, you can see trucks come in this way, they back in, and then they can move out any number of different directions. Theoretically, they could go this way, which I don't love. The easiest, best route is for them just to go out that way. So there's a couple options, but it all works. We did run a truck turn analysis to make sure a full semi can get in and out.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next question. And then for the traffic that's down here, my other thought or suggestion was if there's some way to, delineate like this is truck traffic only, so you don't have a bunch of cars trying to get through here as a semi's trying to, loop around. I can just see that being an issue. And I
We can do that. I think it's a good idea.
The only other question I had, and this may be more for staff than you all, but for the traffic light that's proposed out here, who is going to be responsible for said light? Because 76 is a county road, but it's part of this development. So is it a county light? Is it a city light? Who's responsible for kind of maintaining it and doing all the things with it?
So we're agreeing to install the signal and all recommended improvements, but it is on a county right-of-way, so it would be the
It'd be the
county's.
county that, okay.
Yes.
And the county is, I
Correct.
believe the county's on board with all of the
Yeah,
traffic analysis
The
and
TA addendum
recommendations.
was
and-
submitted to the county in late August. Dan Murphy at the county is still reviewing it. We
Okay.
should hear from him next week.
Okay, great. That was all I had. Thank you.
So before we go to Mr. Haley, then back to Mr. Leone, question about this, and we're getting in a little bit of the weeds, but let's say they come this delivery and watch how steady and slow the red dot should be. So there's nobody's gonna get a stroke. So what you're gonna, so if the truck comes in here.
It's very bright, though.
And backs in, they couldn't just come back out in the same way? Or, I'm just saying to lower, just a question.
Not a full-size delivery truck can make that movement. A smaller box truck could come in, back in, and then turn around and go back out if they want. But a full-size semi-movement would have to move north through the site.
All right, Mr. Haley, you got the floor? And Mr. Leone?
Just briefly to say that I agree with the comments of my fellow commissioners. I think it's a great project, and I really do appreciate your willingness to listen to not only us, but the residents, and without much back pressure, make changes, look at things and do that. I think that's very admirable. Thanks.
Mr. Leone?
Thank you, Mayor. Alderwoman Day reminded me of, Harry was here back in December of '23 and talked about parking during construction, right? Can you address, and I guess have you continue those conversations with Harry's so that, you know, some of the people who are coming up there are not going to walk great distances, and that would impact Harry. So
Yeah.
I'm sure you remember the topic, if you can just give us an update on that.
Yeah, so we've stayed in touch with Harry about the project and the progress, and the two big things being the truck turn, but two, as you said, being the parking. And so we have a construction phasing strategy that we'll implement, and that the best way to summarize it is some of the existing parking lot that's here will be preserved during construction until we finish some of these other parking stalls that are adjacent to his building, and then we'll go in and finish that portion. The existing parking lot's not in great shape, so we gotta break that up and replace it.
And safe to assume you'd provide necessary signage when changes are being made so that it'll direct people where to go so they know how to get into Harry's.
Yeah, there's a pretty elaborate sort of construction fencing strategy that goes along with this, so people are funneled where they're supposed to be and kept out of where they're not supposed to be.
Great, thanks again. Yield.
Mr. Shago?
Just a very positive project, really good. Longtime resident, I'm glad to see something really positive happening over there. Make sure you partner with a really good garbage hauling company. As we said before, and that's kind of what I do for a living. There's a number of really good garbage haulers in this area. Don't lose sight of the fact that recycling is mandatory in Wisconsin. So allow for recycling and garbage containers, and then they'll help you walk through some good plans.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So with that being said, could you please read the motion? Is there one or two?
There are two motions. We'll start with the Plan Development District. That'd be a motion to recommend approval of an ordinance to amend section 15-3.0447 of the Franklin Unified Development Ordinance, Plan Development District number 42, to amend uses, density, development standards, exhibits, and conditions of approval for properties located at approximately 7154 South 76th Street, subject to revising the ordinance based upon the revised landscape and compensation plan. And that addition would go into the landscape quantity changes as the applicant indicated.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. What?
Just real quick.
Alderwoman Day.
You had mentioned that you had some technical corrections. Did you already give those to staff to
They're the landscaping.
Okay, I just want to make sure there wasn't anything else that they were
There's a
missing, that we
couple of
were
dates too,
approving this
Nick, that
without.
just refers to the NRPP and the landscape. I think that's.
Sure, we'll work with the applicant, make those.
Okay, great.
So we've got a,
Make it subject to technical changes.
so the motion as it stands with the addition of subject to technical changes.
I'm amenable to that.
Okay, we've got a
Second
first
concurs.
and a second on that. Roll call, please.
Aye.
Alderwoman Day,
Aye.
Alderman Salus,
Aye.
Commissioner Haley,
Aye.
Commissioner Shago.
Aye.
5 ayes, no noes, 1 absent, motion carries. Second motion.
A motion to adopt a resolution approving a site plan amendment to allow for building, site, and landscape plan changes for mixed-use, multifamily, residential, and commercial development upon properties located at approximately 7154 South 76th Street, with the removal of condition number 17 related to building materials.
So moved.
Second.
We have got a first and a second. Roll call on this, please.
Commissioner Shago,
Aye.
Commissioner Haley,
Aye.
Alderman Salus,
Aye.
Alderwoman Day,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
5 ayes, no noes, 1 absent, motion carries. Thank you. Nope, we've got 2 more to go. Now Regulo takes over. Good job, Mr. Fuchs. Regulo, you want to lead the way on item number 4, E4? I did, Mr. Former Mayor, I did mention you.
That's why I'm here.
Came running.
Well, I'm sure, sitting right next to you. Regulo, lead it.
Item number 4, it's Iconica Inc. site plan amendment. It's a request for approval of field and grading activities after the fact, specifically excess spoil materials from the Lux Golf Base netting poles installation and golf ball target field in September of 2021, which were stockpiled in the area between the Ballpark Commons parking lot and the Wilnell View subdivision, and spread out thereafter in August 2022 over approximately 3 acres upon property located at 7005 South Ballpark Drive. So we're talking about this area as during the construction of the Lux Golf field materials were kind of stockpiled in this area and then spread out. And then the issue with that is relates to the landscape berm. This is the original grading plan that was approved in 2018. And we can see that the kind of the elevation at the base of the berm is approximately 802 or 803. Then after the materials were spread out, then kind of the elevation at the base of the berm raised to approximately 809. So basically, I don't know if you can see in this picture, it's hard to see, but it kind of reduced the function of the berm as now this area that was filled, that is really close to the crest of the berm, kind of reducing the buffering function of the berm. This is the situation in 2022 when it was presented to the Plan Commission. Change now, it is not, there's the vegetation cover there. And this is the berm view from the residential side, from Wilnell View. When it was presented in to the Plan Commission before, that was in 2023. Kind of the motion was to table the matter to the call of the chair and require the applicant to complete appropriate detailed plans on restoration of the fields and their future use, and plans for heightening the burn sufficient to block the view and noise to the neighbors, and to provide detailed plans for the entire burn. What is being presented is basically to leave the situation as is, and the applicant is proposing a kind of a gravel drive around the overflow parking area. When the PDD was approved in 2018, it was approved for an overflow parking area, not paved. So the options identified by staff for consideration of the Plan Commission is, number one is to raise the height of the burn. Then kind of, that was the motion that the Plan Commission carried in 2023. However, when we have meetings with the applicants a year ago, kind of the applicants team noted that that will be difficult to raise the burn because of the existing gas pipelines near to the burn. The second option is to remove all the fill materials. However, according to the applicant, that will be costly. However, and the third option is to basically approve the site plan amendment as presented, which is leave the situation as is. However, staff is not recommending the approval of the stone drive around the overflow parking area because stone or gravel drive are not allowed by the Unified Development Ordinance. However, I was hoping to see the applicant here. I believe they are to present their case. So with that, that staff recommendation will be to table.
Well, let me ask you this. So staff recommendation is to table, but at what point then are we forced to take action? Well, I have a question on the floor first, and then Alderwoman Day.
I coordinated with the applicant to present the case I gave to the Plan Commission for your consideration. But being that the applicant's not here, that the next step, depending of the outcome of the meeting, will be, kind of be to the start the enforcement.
Got it. Alderwoman Day?
I would potentially suggest tabling this until we have the results of the sound study, which may include ideas and mitigation things for the berm. What I don't want to do is to go down a path right now, have that study suggest something else, and have the property owner balk at that because they started down a path and we're spending money on something, and now that is the ultimate goal here, is to help with the sound mitigation. So my suggestion, if we were to table it, and you're asking till when, I would say table until we have the results of the sound study to see if there's recommendations for that.
Then why don't we do this? Why don't we entertain a motion to table and then bring it back at the call of the chair, because I'll be one of the first ones to know when we get the JPM study back, and then we can have that as part of the entire discussion. So if that's the motion
Sure.
to bring it back at the call of the chair.
I'll make that motion.
Hold on, that's, we had a first, do we have a second on that?
Second.
First and a second, further discussion, Alderman Salus.
Just like wondering, when is this company going to do the sound study supposed to come? Because we approved that quite some time ago, and I'm just concerned, is it gonna happen anytime soon? And
can answer that.
another question for the regular. What is the exact issue with the gas line? Is there a gas line buried under the current berm?
You can see in this picture here, that this kind of the vents of the
Oh,
gas
those-
line, and the burn is around here. So yeah, it's close.
Mr. Haley?
I can give you an update on that. I was intimately involved in its
Okay.
placement, construction, and destruction. This is a licensed landfill. There's a whole bunch of garbage buried down there. Working with the DNR, there's been a earthen cap put on it. So that keeps us away from the garbage and keeps the garbage down. Garbage generates methane gas. It rises up underneath the clay cap, just like it would get stuck
And
underneath an umbrella. And so this system is designed to vacuum that out and either vent it to the air or burn it off. There's a flare out there where they can burn the natural gas off. So it's a way of keeping the natural gas from accumulating. And then what happens, and we almost had an explosion out there, is it tracks underground because it can't get out from under the umbrella, and it goes into people's basements and residences and stuff. So this system has to run constantly, make sure that there's no significant accumulation of gas.
Is it like a big deal to extend those?
No, and my guess is, again, they're making a broad statement that it would be difficult. I would counter that with, it's also difficult to go in there and dump 400 truckloads of fill where you're not supposed to. But they just need to be careful. And they need to work with the DNR on this. And that's part of what never happened. And I'm very disappointed. I think, Commissioner Leon, you and I were around when this.
The two of us.
Yeah, and they came in and we sent them away, go talk to the neighbors, come back with the real proposal. Well, here's almost 2 years later and we've got nothing. So they need to be motivated to work on this. The option of making the soil go away isn't a real option. In fact, it never should have been placed there. But the goal is that anything that's on site is potentially contaminated and should never leave the site. It's a landfill. So what should have happened is they should have had a destination with, as they were digging it out of the post holes to put up the nets, they should have had a plan approved by the city and the DNR as to where that material was going to go and how it would be done. They didn't. They went in, they filled it, they spread it all, and walked away. And it's been sitting like that for years now. And my guess is if the DNR was aware, they'd probably have a fit. But this is something that needs to get fixed. And if it's going to be a overflow parking lot, build it. Do it. Take the earth. That same fill material could have been used to increase the height of the berm. I understand what they're saying is you can't take a berm with trees and such on top of it and add on to that. But they could have come into the fill side and raised that up and done additional planting. There are options. That's what we expected them to come back with, and they seem very amenable to doing that, and yet here we are 2 years later.
Okay, so we,
Just last question to Mr. Haley. What kind of garbage that buried down there that create that methane gas? I'm just like educating myself.
I can answer.
Can you? The bulk of it is organic waste. Back in the day, there was a lot, Milwaukee County, a lot of the municipalities were dumping garbage in their brush and other things like that.
There's
And then-
industrial waste in there.
yeah, I was gonna say, let's talk about the reality.
Yes,
What was
that's how
dumped
it
in
all
there too.
started. And it was originally a quarry, gravel quarry, and when you got a hole, you might as well throw the garbage in there, was the mentality, and that's what happened.
Okay, so we got the floor, but we have a motion and a
I
second.
yield. Done.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries. Number 5,
Huh, I thought we done.
I'm gonna turn over your page, number 5, Regulo.
Oh, and they're still in the title of it.
Bring it home, Regulo.
Yes.
E5, Franklin Glow, Rome, food vendor temporary use, request for approval of a seasonal sales food vending by Crossroads Pizza and Subs on September 27, 2025 at Forest Park Middle School. This use requires plan commission
Oh, he
approval.
likes you.
Because it is an institutional district. Staff conditionally approved this permit, awaiting plan commission approval to allow for the event to occur. Upon property located at 8225 West Forest Hill Avenue. So this event has already happened, but it requires the plan commission approval. But with the revisions to the new UDO, these future applications will be approved by staff in institutional.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have a motion carries. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
First and second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. 10